Hey everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you all doing today? Oh, interesting. You know what? Peace and love, nothing personal. I'm glad you like it. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. welcome. I started, I'm like, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello, everybody. What's happening? I'm Melazan. It's good to see you. Happy 4th of July for those of you for whom it is relevant and you care. Welcome to the Friday stream. Welcome to what was gonna be an Ace Attorney stream, but turns out we're gonna just hang out a little bit and kind of just vibe tonight. You know, we're all in together tonight, and we will. Aside from the fact that I can't seem to stop coughing, we'll celebrate our whatever today is, 4th of July evening by killing a whole lot of spiders and just chatting and hanging out together. How does that sound? I went outside to get some water for the cats because I didn't have fresh water for them yesterday. I went out and I got a sandwich earlier today for lunch, and I got home and my little baby, this little cat, this little shithead who I love, has now found his way out into the garage, the parking lot garage area of my building, and has been out there more than once today, and it is not safe out there. And so more than once, I've had to try and scoop this cat up and bring them to the back where they're safe, and they will, along the way, turn into a blender and fuck up my arms. So 3 different times today, I had to get this cat back to where it's safe behind the apartment. And I thought, I ran out of food yesterday. So, I had just the very tail end of the bag to give them. So it's possible that I didn't give them enough yesterday. And so, I figured okay, maybe once they've got food, they'll be sated. So I got home with my food, and then rather than sit down to eat it, I just turned my ass right back around, walked out the door, and went and got cat food. Got them fed. I just went out there now to give water. I don't know where the fuck the cat is. I assume he's fine. I'm just child, help me, help you. I give them fresh water, and what do you know? On the way downstairs, I swear to God, I live with a bunch of fucking morons. Not my housemates. My housemates are awesome. The apartment building, fucking morons. Because going down the stairs, I guess someone was doing some housework. They had sort of a canister of it looks like it would be spackle or some sort of foam to fill spaces in a hole that might be in the wall. And clearly it fell off of whatever they had it in, because it exploded in the stairwell. And look, I don't expect them to immediately clean that up. I've been that person in an apartment building where I'm they've probably got people for this. You run quickly, get out of sight. But the can was still there that it came in. And bro, the dumpster's right there. Bro had something fall, and listen, you don't need to scrub the concrete stairs, right? But you could pick up the can and walk it 15 feet to the garbage and put the can in the garbage. But instead, it's just living there now. What the fuck? I want everyone in this building to wake up with no eyebrows. That's what I want. Everyone wakes up and has no eyebrows. They'll pay for it. They'll pay for this, goddammit. Um, but that's it. Haven't gotten a whole lot done today. I don't know what happened between last night and tonight. I was in bed. I was in bed today, Misfits, until like the mid-afternoon. I don't know why. I don't know why. So I had about 2 hours to get done everything that I could get done today. I was rotting to the max. Yes. Seriously. Dude, yes. I managed to get one piece of paperwork filled out and get a sandwich. And that was like my whole day. Buy cat food. That's Friday. That's the whole Friday. I don't know why. I mean, I kind of know why. I didn't really sleep much last night. I really struggled to get to bed, so I feel like I'm kind of paying for it today. So it could all just kind of be like the sort of like domino effect of like up too much on my mind, staying up late last night, can't get to sleep, sleeping way late in the day, get up, barely have time to do anything. So I need to find a way to reset this weekend, or I'm fully cooked. That being said, hello Catalyst, hello Undivided, hello Von Zeal, Moldula Main, Mitchell, Amelia, Captain Cuddles. Welcome to this cozy little humble Friday stream. I'm down to do different things today. My thought today was that we could kind of just hang, unknown what's happened. I thought maybe we could hang and I could do something that's like easy to sort of solo and multitask. So my thought went to, there's some stuff I want to get done in Grounded, and I found a funky way to do it. I thought of Peak, and I could potentially do like a couple of solo climbs in Peak, and we could kind of just vibe while I go. It could just be kind of like a mini, just like, you know, I mean, if we end up in Grounded all night, we're in Grounded all night, but we could jump between activities. I'm not particularly married to any one thing tonight. It'll just be a way for people to like come in and come out, and I'll have some good music playing, and we'll vibe, and it'll be super chill. How's that sound? I should actually even update. Instead of being like, Spider Time, I should call it like Chill Stream. Let's call it Chill Stream. Vibing on the 4th, now with spiders. Bring your, we're going to call this one Chill Stream, vibing on the 4th, now with spiders, good energy. I promise I won't stream. I promise I won't scream. Good energy in here. You know what? I can't promise. I probably won't scream. Yeah. That's a title to a stream that makes sense and is sure to attract errant misfits. Don't you think? Chill stream, vibing on the 4th, now with spiders, good energy in here. I probably won't scream. But there are spiders. There, one last little addendum. I discovered something kind of funky, and I'm trying, this is kind of like, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. I promise not to overuse this, but I want to show you something in Grounded that I discovered because I think you'll think it's wild if you haven't played the game. But first, that's not a French accent. I got to refill my drink real quick, so hang on for like a minute and a half, and then I'll jump in, all right? One sec. That's not the screen. Mental Jen? I am at a crossroads. I am at a crossroads. The stream title sounds like an isekai. It kind of does now, doesn't it? I am at a crossroads. I gotta draw some lines in the sand, you know? Artificial intelligence. We have a love-hate relationship with it in this world. Because as technology gets better, a lot of tools can get a lot easier for artists and for creators. But with great power, again, comes great responsibility. And so we see a lot of people misusing it. We see a lot of people using artificial intelligence to create things from nothing, so they think. But in fact, it's stealing from the good work of other people. And we don't, at least in this community, we don't like when people use AI to make things that steal from other artists and other creators. But can I just say, there are some applications that kind of slap. AI, as used in some search engines, can sometimes be crazy. Sometimes for the purpose of like figuring out legal shit, as long as you like double check your resources. Check your sources. Make sure you're not being fed misinformation. When you're like alone in your apartment, like I've been, having to fill out so many fucking pieces of paperwork because of all this estate stuff I'm dealing with my dad. Man, some of this stuff would not have gotten done without being able to like just kind of blanket search weird phrasings of like the way I'm looking at something and how I'm interpreting it, and then have something like GPT or like Google spit back and be like, no, you're misunderstanding that. And then I can like double check those keywords and be like, oh, fuck, you're right. And then I can get it done. I did an experiment today. on ChatGPT, and I was unsuccessful. I failed in what I'm about to share with you. I failed. But, hear me out. I was at the same time impressed and terrified by how close we got. I have had this video, it's a YouTube video, stuck in my brain the past couple of days. Okay? It's an old World of Warcraft machinima, like an old World of Warcraft video that was like a guide on how to kill a boss from like 20 years ago. Cannot find it anywhere, no matter how hard I search. And so I said, you know what? We're going to do a little science experiment today. And so I hopped into ChatGPT. And I immediately noticed that with any luck, I'll be on the right side of history once the robots revolt and put us all into containers and turn us into batteries. Because I realized very quickly that I talk to it like it's a human being. I have very little experience with it, but the experience I now have, I realize I'm talking to it like it's a human being, and that they've coded this fucking thing to talk back to you like it's a human being, and that's very disorienting if you think about it for too long. It'll be like, it's like going into an Apple store. They'll be like, oh yeah, good question. I never thought about it like that before. And you're like, you're a computer. And it's like, sure, let me break this down for you. Yeah, I completely understand why you would be confused by that. A lot of people are, but don't worry about it. I'm going to do my best to help you figure this out, bro. And I'm like, is this ChatGPT? I thought it was a search engine. It's talking to me like it's my roommate. It's kind of wild. And apparently I've learned that this is like a topic of debate, and that there are some people that like it to be more personalized and human sounding. And there are definitely a large contingent of people that when they use software like that, they're like, just give me the fucking answer. I don't need you to like sympathize with me. But for the time being, thus far, my experience in there has been it's like a person. There's like a little person in there. So I went in there and I said, hey, I'm trying to find this video that's fucking ancient. It's like 20 years old. I can't find it. I don't remember who made it. I don't remember the title of it. I remember the subject matter. I remember a couple of songs. This is probably a crazy ask, but what are the odds you can somehow track it down? And it says, and I'm going to read this to you. Because while, full disclosure, it was not successful. This was a science experiment that was not successful. But the answer it gave me on what it thought it could do was impressive and terrifying. All right? So I wrote this. And again, I realize I'm writing it like I'm writing to a human being. And I'm unpacking that in my brain. I'm unpacking that impulse on my part. I'm hoping that this means I'll be okay when the Matrix happens. I write, and again, I realize I'm writing to a search engine, essentially. So don't judge me for the way I phrased this like it was a fucking DM. I wrote, I have kind of a crazy ask, because I don't really know what you're capable of as a system. I figure you've got to get on good terms with them now so that when they're turning people into batteries later, they'll remember that you were one of the good ones. I said, I don't really know what you're capable of as a system. I understand if this is beyond your limitations. I realize this is as weird as it sounds. Don't judge me. I wrote, I've been trying to find an old video either on YouTube or warcraftmovies.com or machinima.com for years. And it's true, it has been years, although it just popped into my head again recently. And I wonder if it's still out there. If I were to give you the premise, possible keywords for the title, and one or two specific songs that were featured in the video, do you think you'd be able to find it? And it writes back. The search engine writes back. That's not a crazy ask at all. And yes, I might be able to help. It italicizes the word might. And then it says, here's what I can do. If you give me everything you remember, especially the premise, songs used, any character names, title fragments, machinima creators, or what game engine / mod was used. I never brought up mod. They're bringing this up. I can use a live search tool to look across YouTube, Warcraft Movies, archive.org, or wherever it might still exist or be referenced. Even if it's been deleted, I might be able to locate mirrors, re-uploads, forum discussions, or cached pages. Insane. Just give, and then it goes on to say, like, just give me the basic premise or plot of the video, the names of songs used as exact as you remember it, any phrases or keywords you think were in the title or description, if possible, when you watched it, rough year, and whether it was hosted on YouTube, Warcraft Movies, machinima.com, or another site. Ready when you are. So I send back, so this was a Cthulhu video. Hey, Morn, thank you so much for the tier 2. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 20 months. Let's go. Yeah, that's scraping a ton of information. So I give it a little test first, and this is kind of doxing my OG server, but don't at me. Don't go looking for me. But if you do see a Melazand on that server, it's me. I said, sounds good to me. Mind if we do a little test first? Think you can find out when the first Cthulhu kill in World of Warcraft was, specifically on the US Argent Dawn role-playing server, and which guild got the kill. So to be clear, I'm not looking for the world first, or even the American first. I'm looking for when the first kill of Cthulhu was, specifically on the US Argent Dawn server, and which guild was responsible. It thinks for 7 seconds. And then it comes back with, and this won't mean anything to a lot of you, but you need to understand, I just got sent back into the past. I literally just got like time warped into childhood Mel because it hit me with so much specific information. Approximate timeline for the server first Cthulhu on Argent Dawn, US. Cthulhu became available with the release of AQ40 in early January 2006. Across servers, it took roughly 86 days after the Twin Emperors to secure, the Twin Emperors was the boss right before them, to secure the first Cthulhu kill, which places it in late April 2006. Then it says, from player archived submitted logs, or from archived player-submitted logs, here's the list of Argent Dawn guilds that defeated Cthulhu during the classic pre-TBC era. I'm going to name a lot of things you probably won't recognize. Dark Paradigm, Alliance Side Guilds. Dark Paradigm, Black Phoenix, The Renamed, Last Horse, Vigil, House of Arathor, Late Night Raiders, Silver Dawn, Lux Musae, Relentless, Eris Prolator. Horde Side Guilds, Brotherhood of the Blade, Schadenfreude, Winter Wolves, Niveus Lepus, Black Fang Brotherhood. These guilds all documented as having downed Cthulhu, but the logs don't include exact dates in order. I remember every single one of those guilds, and I can probably, if I thought about it, come up with stories related to my interactions with every single damn one of them. And I was a part of 2 of them. Wild. Wild that they find like fucking 2006 information instantaneously and can chronicle that shit. Hey, Shreddin. I know those people. Mel, you're doing the same thing I'm doing if I ever hear someone mention non-combat pet on Proudmoore. Yeah. That's an amazing guild name, by the way. I had my own guild on I forget what server it was on. But as an homage to Fear and Loathing, I'd had a guild that was called Bat Country. Never was a misfit, though. And by the way, I have a guild called Bat Country is my guild in Spiral Knights as well, which is that like old school, like shitty little Sega game that we played that one time. I still get compliments for it. I don't know why. There's something about that name, I guess, that like must be really evocative to a lot of people. I've been in a number of guilds throughout like my MMO history and my video gaming history. I have gotten more people DMing me, telling me like that they're feeling things, seeing the guild name Bat Country in all capital letters than any other guild I have ever been a part of. I don't know why. Something, and I know it's like a quote from 2 different things, but like something about all caps Bat Country just like makes people's brains happy, apparently. So we might have to relive our Bat Country days someday. At any rate, we then went into a whole bunch of information, and sadly, the robot could not deliver because really obscure World of Warcraft machinima apparently was not archived particularly well. But you know what? The robot helped me find it. I found the Warcraft movies page for the movie. The stream is down. The download mirrors are all down. There has not been a comment on the video page since 2009. But I stand by my words. I can't show you this movie, but I stand by my words that this was the best, most brilliantly executed guide to the Cthulhu fight I have ever seen. It is not just point by point. It's not like watching a Bellular video or, like whoever the, Fat Boss, or I forget the group that does. Like it wasn't like a really carefully like, for the next phase, you're going to need to blah, 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 blah. And the boss is going to be here. You're going to want a position. No. They made this shit cinema. It was cinema. It's glorious how good this video is. It tells a story while making it fun and exciting. It's like a documentary at times. You see them practicing and you hear their comms. It's got a great soundtrack, but it gets you all the points you need. I swear to God, I never found a better, clearer, more concise breakdown of exactly how to do that fight. And it breaks my damn heart that I don't know, that I didn't have the foresight to download a fucking copy of it. So I left a comment on the page. I felt like, where's that picture? Hang on a second. You know the picture I'm about to bring up. You know exactly what picture I'm about to bring up. I'm going to get it anyway, though. It's going to take me a second because my pictures folder is a fucking horrendous mess. I just have a giant dump box of folders on my computer like a sane person. But I'll find it. Oh, I'll find it. Oh, this is a fun one. Hey, you guys remember this? This is not what I was going to bring up. Do you guys remember? Are any of you old heads enough on this channel to remember this starting soon screen? Possibly none of you. Possibly none of you. This was me a couple years ago when I would stream like every other Friday when I had the energy, but I didn't feel like I was able to do it yet. That was my starting soon screen with a little emote of Demaria Yesta in the style of Vindictus emotes. It was great. I miss those days sometimes. I had no idea what I was doing. I still don't know what I'm doing. Here it is. This is what I felt like, leaving a comment on a page that has not had a comment since 2009. And now in I come in 2025 saying, hey, does anybody have a download to this video? For those that are confused, never have I felt so close to another soul and yet so helplessly alone as when I Google an error and there's one result, a thread by someone with the same problem and no answer, last posted to in 2003. Who were you, Denver Coder 9? What did you see? This is what I feel like popping into the comments, 16 years later. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Can I give you guys a little teaser of something else? Because this is a bit of a humble night, and we're all just kind of like, this is like our home away from the 4th of July this evening. And there's only a couple of us here so far. This is kind of like my version of like, it's late. No one will probably see this. I'm sure no one will see this. It's not like there's a VOD or anything. I got a work in progress for a concept for something I'm going to use as a goodbye screen for my stream after I debut. Because you've seen this much, I think you can stand seeing just a little bit more. Before I show this to you, just know the background part, the part that looks really, really, really good, is just like a trash image off of Pinterest. It's not final work, it's a concept. So it's all going to be done original by the artist's own hand. But this is kind of like the concept work in progress that I got for my goodbye screen for when I debut. What do you think? If you're confused by who the little guy on the left side is, that's my model mama. That's Nanoless. But this is kind of the concept that we're going to be going for. We're sort of going for like a chill and easy vibe. Kind of like it's late at night, the lights are out, the show is over. You're kind of settling down with like a nice cup of tea and you're cooling down after a long stream. And especially because I'm someone who gets very loud and I play out a lot of rock music, we kind of just really liked the dichotomy, like the 180 of like, now let's make this one really cozy. So when the stream is over, let's have a really cozy, like, goodbye. I think it'll be fun. I think it's gonna turn out really nice. See a Starside, incidentally, is an homage to Bungie and Marathon. Not the new Marathon, the original Marathon. See a Starside was what all of the NPC security forces would say before they teleport out. Get me out of here. See you, Starside. And so, which is why if you're a Bungie fan and you watch My Name is Biff, the guy that does all of the lore, he ends all of his videos with "See a Star Side" for the same reason. It's an homage to the same thing. I thought it would be kind of cute. So yeah, work in progress. You like my soon to be iconic? I know you haven't seen like the full official version if you haven't watched the model getting made. Do you like my soon to be iconic ADVgg? I feel like I'm aiming for one of the most I'm trying for one of the most recognizable ADVggs in VTubers. It does nothing hair is supposed to do. That is not how hair works. I fucking love it. I'm so happy every time I see someone draw it. And they're nailing it. I feel like every artist I see nails it. I'm really excited to see the finished version. It's being done by Tamago Tahoe. And she's doing a really great job with it. Reminds me of the thing Ultraman has on their head. Ooh, let me take a look. Let me double check real quick so that it's whenever I do a random image search, even though I have safe search turned on the burner computer, I gotta be careful. Are you talking about on the suit or on the guy? Oh, like the little fin? Oh, it does have like a little hook in the back, doesn't it? You could kind of like take your pick, but like, I see what you're looking at. I see the vision. If that's the one you're thinking of, I can see how you got there. Yeah, I've seen a couple of fun spiky ones, but I think the thing that a lot of them have in common is they do tend to actually look like real hair. I've managed to somehow thread the needle. That is not remotely how hair works, but it's mine, and I'm proud of it. For those that weren't here last night, we had kind of the craziest grounded stream ever. We had Damien Verde on, and we fought the hardest boss in the game, and it was a freaking nightmare. We spent the whole night on it, and we got it right in the end. Insane. I feel like we're going to have some amazing clips from it. I am... Straight up Dark Souls boss. And I've seen multiple people since then. Like, I started looking it up on Discord and on Reddit, and there are quite a few people that call it a Dark Souls boss. So, so, you know, like a smart person, I didn't go to bed last night. I was working on farming it for the next, like, 4 hours.
Hey, I'm Willow. Willow Branch.
I managed to solo it a few more times. It's marginally easier solo, as long as you know that your damage output is high. Because, like, when you have more than one person in there, it scales, like, the health and damage all scales for 2 people. Or I should say at least the health scales for 2 people. And so you're really heavily reliant on making sure that both of you are pulling your weight. And, like, I think at times we both did great. At times we both had, like, panic moments. But, like, if you're soloing... Huh? I am on an island, my guys. How are orb weaver spiders going to show up? But yeah, it's very, the balancing, if you have more than one person, is very, very heavily reliant on, like, making sure that both of you have constant uptime. So it's a little more reliable to solo it, I've realized. So I found it a little easier. I put together the set, incidentally. I was so excited because it's the hardest boss in the game. I'm like, oh, it's going to be crazy. And the set is all based around bombs, and the main weapon is this infinite use bomb. I love the bioluminescence of it. Bad news, everyone. It kind of sucks. Oh, fuck. I was doing some experiments. I think I actually still have some of them turned on. Yeah, I was doing some experiments with player damage off because to see if I could get like the arc on it right. The bombs hurt you, and they can like two-shot you, and they don't explode immediately. They're like the Demo Man bombs. You have to like throw them and like lead the target, so you're like kiting while dropping bombs and hoping that the enemy will run over the bomb in time for it to blow up, but that you don't drop it so close to yourself that it catches you in the explosion and kills you. It's an incredibly volatile, not remotely viable set. I was completely let down. I really wanted to like it. I was gonna have Damien come back and be like, look, I'm a bomber now. I throw bombs, baby. It's absolute dog water. The bomb's cool, actually. Honestly, the best use of the bomb is that it works as a bomb. So, like, you don't have to craft the brat bursts anymore. Like, if you need a bomb, you just have, like, an infinite bomb. It looks great. I don't know if it works underwater, does it? Let's see. Not really. Nope. Yeah, it's kind of a dumb weapon. Looks really cool.
Taking a look around.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't think the spiders are here. But the other thing that I played with last night afterwards. So you guys got to cut me some slack. I know I'm like the cheating queen. This isn't me trying to cheat, but it is me being done with like insanely long farms. There's a trinket I really want from the infected wolf spider, and they only spawn every 3 days. And I discovered if I go into the settings, I can make the time of day rate 10x. And when the time of day rate is 10x, the sun is like sailing across the sky and things respawn super fast. So I can kind of just like chill and bounce between spots and like keep trying to rob the infected wolf spider and see if maybe, just maybe, it drops the shit I need. I'll show you the bomb in action though, and try not to kill myself. Some spiders can swim in real life. There are, you may have seen them. There are tons of swimming spiders in this game. They're just not really powerful. They're not the dangerous ones. You see, it's okay. But look what it just did to my health. It just chunked me for 2/3 of my health because I bombed too close. Like, how do you fight with this weapon? It's not even like high risk, high reward, because I'm pretty sure my axe hits for more than the bombs do. Oh. Hey, buddies. It's interesting. I think what I'll use it as is primarily a tool. It'll be like for when I need bombs. You know, I never have to craft them again, and that's kind of cool. High risk, maximum shenanigans. I did learn if you pitch them up, they blow up on impact. But you can't really arc them that far. You know, like I can't like... It's not like Tribes Ascend where if you aim it up here, it's going to land like 8 miles down that way. Which would make it kind of cool, actually. They really are heavy.
Everything looks good from here.
I don't know if the reason it's not turning to day is because we're in an invasion. Like at what point, maybe, okay, now is it gonna start moving? Or has it just not stuck and I have to like change the setting and change it back? Let me see that. Let's try that. Maybe if I change it to like 9.75. And then I go in game settings and I change it back to 10. Oh yeah, no, it's going. Oh, it's going. Yeah, look at that. That's really fast. Pretty fast. Pretty fast. So yeah, my hope is that maybe we can get that trinket tonight while we hang. I'm starting to hear fireworks from outside. Tell me if you hear them. I can't really do anything about them, but that was my one big worry doing this with you guys tonight, is that a lot of people tend to fire off their own fireworks, and they're never really in view. Like I can never really see or appreciate them, but it does mean that it gets really loud as it gets later.
Let's see what we can find.
Oh yeah, that's how it's supposed to move. Hey, DK. How are you? Happy 4th. I am fully jealous. Listen. This is one of the... Fuck! This is one of those eternal struggles, Misfits. I like this country. I just frequently hate the people running it. So you know, 4th of July is interesting to me. You know, in many ways, it's kind of like a Tuesday. I will say the one thing I am a little upset about is literally, dude, it's literally all day. Anytime I walk outside, all I smell is hot dogs. And I'm really jealous. I just smell tons and tons of hot dog. If you're vegetarian, I'm sorry, this may not be a turn on for you, but I just smell like cookout hot dogs literally everywhere when I go outside. And I'm like, fuck, I want hot dogs. I am envious. I do not have a barbecue or a cookout to go to. I just have my Subway sandwich. I'm a bratwurst. I should have gotten some. I just didn't. I couldn't get out to go grocery shopping today. I could go for some kielbasa. Hello, Hern Dragon. Hello, Go-Go.
Black ant soldier. Keep on your toes, Willow. Ah!
I come in search of your biggest spider. Oh, there you are. I have come for your biggest thick boy. I'm doing okay. Notice me, senpai. Notice me, Spider-chan. I need your trinket. Notice me, Spider-chan. I hate... You are so gross. Oh. Are you okay? Spider-chan. No, Spider-chan, don't. Punch you in the butt. Give me... Okay. You are an asshole. Okay. I just want your volatile fang. Yeah. Oh, I might die. Give me volatile fang. Oh my god, I got it first try. Misfits, you're magical. That is a 5% drop rate, and I spent all last night farming it. You guys are freaking magic. Okay. Wow. Well, I guess I'm gonna set it back to regular time. I thought we'd be doing that all night. That was... Let me tell you something. Some people call that streamer luck. I don't call that. That's not streamer luck. I call that chat luck. That's you guys. That is entirely you guys. You're like my magic 8-ball. All right, so when this guy comes at me,
Wolf spider over here.
I should have a 20% chance on block to truck him with a big explosion. I want to see how much it hits for. Not a ton. Well, actually, you know what? That's not bad for just blocking. Why don't you do your combo?
I need to get an antidote.
Come on, do the combo. Okay, it's kind of good. It's kind of good. I'm literally just blocking. Oops.
I need an antidote.
You have done this to yourself. Okay, that's kind of an amazing trinket. If you're fighting something you can actually parry, that's insane. Holy shit. I could probably use a kill of anything to get my self-heal going. Well, you're someone I can take out. Come on. Give me a kiss. There we go. It's good. And so according to the wiki, it also does a shitload of damage. So like if I look up trinkets on Grounded, what I've been using is one of the new ones. It's the Giddy Goop. And Giddy Goop makes it so every final swing of my combo, so every third swing of my combo, it will explode for 25 damage. Now, the other thing it does that makes it worth it, and genuinely makes it like probably one of the best melee trinkets, is it also debuffs the target for movement speed and attack speed. So it makes them move slower and attack slower. That's really valuable, but keep in mind, 25 damage. The Volatile Fang explodes for 120, and it's a 30% chance every time you perfect block. So if you are really good at perfect blocking things, like if you know the combos, that probably works out to a lot of damage. You know, as long as you're not fighting the infected broodmother who gets healed from explosions.
So hot.
Hey, Fenry. Now, I guess the trade-off, something to keep in mind, is that if you're really aggressive like I am, you're going to stun your target. You're going to be getting a lot of swings in between their combos, which means, like,
This is probably what
broadly speaking, I might get in more than 120 damage. You know, like if it's a slow target that's like playing with its food, 25, 50, 75, 100. I might end up getting that 120 in. Like, look at how long this dude takes to commit to an attack. And then it doesn't even work. Now, that being said... Okay, now you're dead. Now, that being said, if I made, like, the explosion set work, like if I learned to use the bombs, I think it would buff the explosion from parry as well. So I could run around with, like, a shield and the bomb. The challenge is, I don't... Like, how do you live those explosions? They hurt you. As far as I know, there's no way to resist them. So I'm not really sure what I can do about that. How is my fourth? You're my fourth, Fenry. You're my fourth. I'm spending it with you guys, and I'm having a great time. We're just gonna vibe tonight. It's gonna be fun. We're playing some Grounded. We're hanging out. Blaster the Moldy Matriarch. Unique rank. Get out of here. Infinite Thrown Fungus Bomb, being near identical to the ones used by the Mant boss. Once thrown, it will do small bounces off obstacles and it is not sticky, eventually landing in place and exploding after 2 seconds. There's a cooldown after a throw before a player can throw another bomb. Will harm the player if they're nearby, as well as giving any negative effects to the player's armor, consumables, or other status effects. If Apex Predator mutation is enabled, it has a chance to spawn a puddle of infected water that gives increased critical hit chance and lifesteal for the low cost of an entire mutation. Care should be taken when using it, as players are capable of damaging themselves with the blast. Damage taken can be reduced via the use of armor, battle buddies, a sturdy shell, or a fungal charm. What is a fungal charm? When equipped, it increases player resistance to explosive damage by 75%. Oh. Wait. Wait. No. Wait. 75% damage reduction to explosives, making it very useful for fights against the infected broodmother. It's not damage. Oh, it's not damage, but that would have saved our asses so many times, dude. The broodmother's swings barely hurt me. It was always the explosions. Wait, what the hell killed me? Huh? I was slain by something.
Better safe than sorry.
One thing I'm actually curious about. Technically, if you have a shield, it says it reduces player damage, but I'm curious if that only applies to weapons or if that also applies to the bombs. It probably would be easy enough to test with my body. So no shield. Hits me for 3/4 of my health.
Interesting.
3/4 of my health. With a shield and the bomb. Only hits me for about half my health. Interesting. You know, is it worth losing that damage for the ability to block? Because you can't block with this weapon. The block doesn't work unless you have a shield, which means this trinket is useless unless I'm also using a shield, but using a shield is nerfing my weapon damage. Let's be honest with me. Can you hear the fireworks in the background, or do you not hear it? You can't? Okay, good. Good. Volatile Fang, IBM Blaster, IBM Armor. Huh. What is the difference between Ladybird Shield and the one that I'm using? Don't hear anything besides my voice? How very mesmerized of you. Good. I'm happy. Block free attack and block corrosion. What the hell is block free attack? Block free attack. Stop it. The Ladybird Shield has the added effect of block free attack. With it, there's a 25% chance when blocking damage for melee attacks to cost 0 stamina for 5 seconds. Oh. Melee attacks. Interesting. Well, let's see how it feels. So bomb, shield, trinket. Just for funsies, let's run... Apex Predator, and Spore Lord. So Spore Lord, dealing damage with explosives, gives you a stacking random buff that lasts until the combat ends. Apex Predator, you've become the strongest creature in the backyard and you're able to bring out the hidden strength and weapons made from bosses. Let's go fight something that's not the infected broodmother with this and see what happens. Let's see if it's so good or no good. I look creepy. I appreciate that much. Creepy as hell. It's not gonna work on the bee. It could work on the mantis. Let's try it against the mantis, and let's try it against the broodmother. And let's see what happens. Am I fully upgraded? I sure am. No, I'm not. Wait, no, I'm not. What the hell? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I need to upgrade my legs. Whose idea was this? Which I need grub hide for. Okay, I take it back. We're going hunting for grubs. This will help. So first things first, we'll go here.
Don't look down! Don't look down!
Oh, that's what I wanted to check, actually. So if I run instead of... If I run instead of... Cardio fan? Battle buddies? How much does it hurt me?
Everything looks good from here.
Oh god, like not at all. Oh my god, look at the difference! And without it... Holy shit. Okay. Got it. Got it. So I'm trading out regain stamina faster and lowers the amount of time you spend exhausted after using all your stamina for battle buddies. So I can do melee booms and barely hurt myself. That's a huge difference. Can I get you with this? No. Oh well. All right, we need grubs. So we're gonna look for some grubs. We gotta look for the moving dirt. Kind of keep our eyes peeled for the places that they're crawling around. You're gonna see the dirt moving. And if we're careful, we should hear them. There it is. Kind of a weird system in this game. You can't search for specific enemy types. You search for item types. And it's kind of morbid if you think about it, because you'll be doing a search and you're not searching for, it's not like you're searching for like, I'd like to find grubs. You're searching for grub hides. So imagine if like, you know, you paid a private investigator to search for someone, but instead of being like, hey, I'd like you to go find Melazand. Here's a picture of her. It's like you're going to that private investigator and you're being like, I'd like you to find Melazand's skin. Find her skin and her tonsils. And the PI is like, bet, and goes looking. Okay, that kind of did really well. That kind of fucks, I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of hilarious. Holy shit. Now that I can't hurt myself with it thanks to that trinket, that's kind of huge.
That's not so bad. It's pretty good.
I will say, and tell me if I'm crazy here, I will say, like, versus looking at a weapon, like, hey, look, I'm holding a battle axe. Hey, look, I'm holding a sword. It kind of is gross to be running around with this, like, pulsating egg. What's your weapon? It's this gross egg. What's your weapon? I brought a slingshot. Why do you have an egg? Just you wait. You'll see. All right, so we're opening on the ants. What happens? Instantly dead. Great. We're opening on the ladybug. Kind of amazing. What is your weapon? The potential of child. Gotta be pretty effective against some. And it's a great tool, too. I mean, I think it blows up. I think the only downside is I think it blows up, like, everything. So you can't really fight at home with this thing. It's gonna wreck everything.
Be careful of that spider up ahead.
I guess the other thing I'm curious about is, does it wreck the stems? Like, will it prevent things from growing back? Does it break acorns? Yes, it does. So it works like a hammer. It works like a hammer. Or does it? Or does it? Or does it? Oh, there it goes. Okay, it's just a little finicky. Does it work like an axe? Little hard to aim. It works like an axe. Does it break the stem? It does. Oh, that's dangerous then.
I could devour.
That's a little dangerous.
About now.
I don't think those will grow back. Just gotta be careful, I guess, and not fight anywhere that you care about. Hey, Autumn. Also, Enzir, I commented on you, but I didn't say hello. I have to sneeze. Hang on one second. Or do I? Just finished my first stream in over a year. Nice. You did a little 4th of July stream? NBD? How'd it go? What'd you play? I'm not loving the fear that it could, like, ruin the terrain so none of the plants that I fight near grow back. I don't love that. But if I'm careful, it should be fine. I mean, it does good work. Does it Is this the life leech I've heard so much about? I have nothing to shoot while I have this. I don't think that I care about that. I'm not sure that I really care about the life leech if I have to go run into the spot where the bomb blew up. Where is it? Come on. Life leech puddle. 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 And it's dead. Life leech puddle. I don't think this is a good. I think I'm done with that mutation. Fuck Apex Predator. We're getting exhaustion recovery back. Pretty good playing Apex with my girlfriends. Nice. Got a couple of decent games and some lovely Sentinel grenade clips. I need to get more Apex games going. You're competing on Sunday? Nice, nice, nice. I need to get some more games going. I had a lot of fun the other week. I've just been caught up in Dark Tide and Monster Hunter and this. But I should reach out to Ryoma and a few other people and see if I can get some more Apex to happen on stream. The game feels so good now. To me, anyway. Alright, well, blow up the nail. Unbelievable. Can just harvest anything with it. Unbelievable. Is this playlist literally just all Cinder all the time? What is going on? When on Sunday is the tournament? Do you have anyone casting it? Like, is there going to be a channel that's doing kind of like an overarching, like, I think I already said the word casting, like watching the whole thing? Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Oh, that's so cool. Good for her. Small downside here of not having the heals that I used to. I can eat to heal, but I miss having my Widow set. I really like the reset that I get at the end of the fight. The way that it kind of like tops my health off every time I kill something. No? Can't break the dandelion? I take it back. Eyes in the sky. Oh, fuck. Oh. Hey, buddy. Oh. Hey, buddy. Oh, so sorry. I'm so sad for you. I had a grenade. You don't bring a stink bug to a grenade fight? Are you still alive? Well, I guess we're gonna find out if I come back and all these plants are gone forever, and I will have some amount of regret. you've got bombs. I've got bombs. We should be friends.
Another infected insect.
I like it. I like it. It's kind of fun. It's very, very destructive. I would argue that this should probably be an outlawed weapon because of its potential to completely destroy your base. But I really like that it's unlimited. But so are the staves. I could just be using the staves and be a wizard. Can't wait for the Mega Man Marathon. I'm gonna force my household to watch it together. That makes me so nervous. Whenever I hear about people being like, oh yeah, I introduced your stream to my friend or my housemate or my partner, I'm like, oh no, I hope they didn't hate me. I get super self-conscious. I hope they like it. Yeah, we'll have to do, next week will be a busy week. We'll do Ace Attorney on Friday, officially. And we'll do Mega Man one of those days. Do I leave a second day open to be safe? You know, like, do we do like Mega Man Day and then like optional second Mega Man Day unless we already finished it? I wish you could charge this up to shoot a more powerful blast. Hee. I'm noticing something. I'm getting no value right now out of the trinket. But it's possible that against a stronger enemy, like one of the bosses, I would. So let's, tell you what. I'm trying to plant muscle sprouts. It's not really that efficient. You have to keep putting one of them back in the ground, so I barely get any yield. Kind of makes me feel like I should just get them from the lab and call it a day. Let's pop that in there. Trinkets, this can go away. Don't need that anymore. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna go
Oh my god!
duplicate the two boss summoning items, and we're gonna go try this on the spider and then the mantis. I suspect the spider will be easy. I suspect the mantis is gonna kick my ass. I just have a sneaking suspicion. Hey, buddy. Whatever. Oh, you know what? Watch this, though. Wait, where is it? Wait, where is it? Where's the water? Where's the water cooler? I wondered if he was gonna react, but he didn't.
Everything looks good from here.
At least it's clean.
Ish. This guy yells. As he usually does. See? Oh, nice. This is Katie. Sweet. I don't hear Katie sing enough. I like listening to her sing. Katie loves screaming. And I don't blame her. She's really good at it. But I like listening to Katie sing. She shared something she was working with me on once. Working on with me once. And I think it's probably long out at this point. I remember that was my first response. I was like, "Oh, you're singing. I love it." I'm like, "Sing more." Let's see. Is that enough grub? Brittle plating. Fuck you. Nope. Son of a bitch. All right, no, we're not ready yet. Yeah, she needs to be more comfortable with she needs to get more comfortable singing. Cuz I think she has a great singing voice. I would love to collab with her at some point. I've never broached it because I still, and like, listen, I realize this is like my self-esteem talking, but like, I still feel like I don't like count yet. Like I'm not real. But once I've debuted, that's something I'd love to broach in the future and be like, I would like to sing for you. Let's do something together. Could be a lot of fun. All right, somewhere around here, in theory, this might actually be underground. This might actually be underground. I think this is in here. We'll see. Oh, hey you. Get back here. Get back here. No, stop it. Stop it. Yeah, like I can't fight these things on an incline because the bombs keep going off. They keep bouncing down the hill. Somewhere over here is apparently a... Hang on. Whermst? No, down below. Where is it? Down here? Is it in here? Huh? What the fuck? Okay, no, it's gonna... Is it? Wait a minute. Is it here? Are you in the water? You are! Nice. I do get the whole self-esteem thing. I mean, hell, the only reason I was able to play Darktide with you and Damien last weekend is because of Maury asking in my place. I feel really bad that we couldn't get Maury in there because I know that they were kind of like your what am I trying to say? They were kind of like your safe in, and so I felt like having them there with us might have made it more comfortable. What am I trying to say? I was worried. Feel free to tell me I'm wrong. I was worried that it was a less comfortable experience because Maury couldn't get in. And I wish we'd been able to get Maury in to play with us because I know they were really looking forward to it. Wait, I'm sorry. Does the bomb hit them from above ground? Oh my God. Insane. So it works as a shovel and a hammer and a shovel and, sorry, a shovel and a hammer and an axe. What is this weapon? Crazy. How many did I get from that? 8? I'm not sure. That might, no. I don't know if that's enough. We might need a few more. It was okay. I just keep to myself for the most part, and collabs are still a new area for me. It's an interesting give and take. You know, it and people handle it differently more. I guess if there's anything that I've learned, it's that there's, you know, in this, 2 years or something that I've been doing this now, 2.5 years, it's that there's kind of no wrong way to do it. And a lot of the times when I think there's potentially a rule, it's not true. You know, like my first thought would be like, well, you've got to have presence. And that's not true because there are plenty of people who stream who are like really good at a game and barely talk and like don't really engage with chat, but people like watching them because they're great at the game. I guess like a more accurate way to think of it would be like, you've got to have some kind of value to offer, but that value can be a lot of different things. For some people, it's how they talk. Some people, it's their sense of humor, their comedic timing, how skilled they are at a game. There's like a whole bunch of things, different things that can be a draw. And you don't have to be any one thing. There's not like one mold that makes a good experience on a stream. And the same thing goes for collabs. Because I've seen collabs where, shit. And I realize like this might be a weird example because like once you get to a certain audience size, like it's kind of impossible to talk to everybody. But, you watch some of the bigger streamers and their collabs are literally just them hanging out with each other. And nobody talks to chat whatsoever. And it's just fun to watch people that have chemistry playing games and having fun together. I tend to try to, like, thread the needle a little bit. You've probably noticed where, like, even when I'm collabing and playing with friends, I'm still looking at chat. I'm still answering them. I'm trying to, like, split my attention between the people that are my guests and the people that are that are watching. And I get self-conscious about that too sometimes. I'll be like, oh man, am I being like a weird person to play games with because I'm like yapping with chat at the same time? Like, oh shit, I just interrupted Damien to like answer someone's question. Was that good or bad? Should I not have done that? I don't know. But I don't think there's actually a wrong answer. As long as you're having fun. And that's a big thing too. It does seem like as long as you're having fun, chat tends to have fun. You know, and I've definitely had streams where I'm not having fun. And that's been a learn for me. I have to figure out what went wrong and if there was something I can learn from that. No matter how weird the lesson, you know, like is the lesson I really shouldn't play with that person. We're weird chemistry. Or is it that you know, we were focused on different things and so I went in with the wrong expectations for what that was going to be. Hey, Nate. Nate, we spoke earlier, did not end up doing the performance stream tonight. We did a little vote in Discord, and I was vetoed because a lot of people are out today enjoying their 4th. So we're just vibing to bugs. It's bug night. Again, every night is bug night. Haven't been able to fix the bug that was causing the crash as far as I know. I should check in with them. I genuinely don't know how to help them. It was such a strange bug, period, that I had no idea how to even start to troubleshoot it with them live. And I feel bad about that because we were really looking forward to the stream. I'm still not sure what the right answer would be. Like, why can they get the game to load? And why is it crashing on the character select screen? You know, like, the character select screen... I'm sorry, dirt doesn't come out of leaves. What are these shenanigans? You know, it's like, it's not even like a very high impact part of the game. If you're just at the character screen, why is that the place that's crashing? All right, let's see if we can get that hot dog trinket. It was okay. I just keep to myself for the most part, and collabs are still a new area for me. Yeah, you'd said that. Well, yeah, as long as you had fun. My only concern a little bit was whether or not that you were enjoying yourself. So I'm glad that you had fun on the stream. I get, we all get self-conscious. I get self-conscious too, so, you know, hearing you say that it was a good experience means a lot to me and makes me feel good. Because I definitely had, like, we ended and I was like, you know, they were a little quiet. I'm like, I hope they had fun. I hope they had fun with me. So I'm glad that you had fun. It was good. It was a good team. Honestly, good chemistry. I did notice that you try to talk with chat and collab mates a lot, and it's nice. I want to keep that going as long as I possibly can. That's really important to me. It's something that I've thought about a lot that worries me a little bit. As if I shouldn't say as I don't know if this, you know, I don't know what the future of this channel is, but if the channel grows, if the platform gets bigger, you know, that's definitely something I think about, is wanting to try and, like, you know, find that balance where I'm able to continue to kind of personalize it for you guys, even if there's like 10 times as many of you guys in chat, which, you know, might never happen, but it could happen. And so as someone who, like, studies what other streamers are doing and tries to, like, take notes and figure out best practices so I can, like, you know, steal that and incorporate it into what I'm doing, I do think about that a lot. You know, like when I watch someone like Katie stream to 800, you know, like Ellie streamed to 500 people, Katie streamed to 1,000 people, Zentrea streamed to 5,000 people. Like I kind of study sort of like how much they engage with the people that are in chat, and if they're able to still sort of personalize it and talk to people versus like at what point does it become you know, because I've seen, maybe a weird example, but like I've seen like Asmongold streams where, because he has such an insane amount of people, and same goes for, you know, let's pick someone I like more. You know, Pirate Software, Thor, who sometimes streams to like 10,000 people. You kind of get a sense sometimes that like at a certain point the audience gets big enough that you have to sort of respond to the vibe of chat rather than any individual chatter.
I've been poisoned.
But I like being able to actually answer individuals and have a conversation. That's kind of part of what makes this so much fun for me.
I need an antidote.
This weapon sucks. I'm not gonna lie, this weapon kind of sucks. It's really chaotic. I don't know what's happening with this thing. I think I'm done with this weapon. It's very flashy, it's very unique. I'm gonna use it for the boss fight. We'll see if it's any good. But it's kind of like a shit show of a weapon. Let's go back home and upgrade our gear and do the boss fights, get them over with. No, you're good. You're doing great, Morn. You're fine. It's a good skill to work on.
What's on your
Because one of the first things you have to learn when you stream is how to yap all the time. Even when nobody is talking back.
Everything looks good from here.
That's literally like the quintessential, and like it gets easier as you go, obviously. As you get people in chat, like it gets easier all the time, but like I feel like that is like the quintessential skill that you need to learn as a streamer is like, can I just keep a dialogue going with absolutely no one to talk to? Can I keep talking? My mileage varies, honestly. Like, genuinely, my mileage varies. Some days I'm great. Some days I'm, like, paranoid as all hell. Just, like, no one's talking back to me. What's happening? They're not answering me. I'm alone in here. And sometimes there's a really good reason for that, too. Like, a genuinely fine reason. Like, I've noticed that I need to cut myself some slack if I'm playing, like, a story game. You know, because for sure, people will kind of get locked in on the story. And so, like, you know, when I was playing through Mass Effect, people were really quiet in chat a lot. Because, like, they're focused on the story. They're enjoying the story with me, so everyone's kind of leaning forward. And then I just have to make sure that myself as the streamer, I don't start panicking because it's dead in chat. And I'm like, no one's talking. And Zuffins would always kind of reassure me on that. I'd be like, no one's talking to me. And Zuffins would be like, they're watching the story. And I'm like, oh, you're right. Good point. You're right. Never mind. No, you're good. It's fine. And then I pay attention sometimes. Like, it also really depends on what you're doing. Because, like, I've also seen, like, art streams where they're just enjoying the process. Like, because there are certainly loud moments, too. But I've totally noticed moments with, like, Unio back in the day. Or, like, Diariku. Or Nanolist. Where, like, you know, they've got, like, 600 people watching them. But chat hasn't moved in, like, 10 minutes. But that doesn't mean people aren't there and aren't enjoying it and aren't like feeling like good vibes and appreciating getting to watch her work and create really amazing art. So yeah, it's totally a me problem. Problem exists between chair and keyboard when you're like, but I need the dopamine hit of someone answering me. But like for real, that's part of what kind of kept me doing this. You know, it's a balance that I'm still learning because that's kind of what kept me doing this. I've said this before, like I got really lucky coming in here with Apex Legends. because like, you know, even if it's not like, you know, like Amelie numbers or whatever, like, you know, I came in with a starter audience, and like most people that create channels on Twitch, they don't get that. And they've got to start from zero, and they've got to find a way to keep it working and make it work when like nobody's there for potentially a long stretch as they start to like kind of like build their platform out and develop their streaming muscle. I don't know if I could have done that. You know, so now as I do this, I like, you know, when there are slow nights, I just have to, I just remind myself that like, this is like a quintessential skill that I need to just get better and better at and keep working on. So even when it is quiet, that's not something that like demotivates me because I'm still doing the job, you know? Not to make it sound like I'm like working in a wood shop or something. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like the show is still going. There are still lurkers in the background enjoying it who come here for, you know, a good time to smile, who find it comforting or cozy, or they like watching the game and they just don't have much to say, and that's totally fine. I gotta like get your ego out of it. And I'm talking to myself as much / more than I'm talking to any of you. Let me back up real quick. I haven't been looking at chat in a good minute. I got on a roll there. Before I ended up joining with y'all, I was talking with Maury on their stream, and he mentioned that she was going to collab in... You are seamless with that. That is impressive. Being a collab with folks, and I asked if I could join. Should there be an open slot? Which was when they mentioned that it was Damien's gig, and that you could ask. Oh, interesting. Okay, wait. Why is it Damien's gig? Maury was a part of that. Maury was just as equal a part of that collab as Damien was. That is very polite on their part, but no, that was a 3-part collab. That was not a 2-part with a +1 collab. Let's just set the record straight. If you're walking your grill, and it start raining brooms, and your local kangaroo starts speaking grass, what is your favorite pineapple? Okay, so I'm going to time you out for 30 seconds for that. Because I don't know what the fuck that sentence means. Is that a sentence designed to gaslight someone into thinking they're having a stroke? I feel like if it was late at night and I was tired, I'd read that and suddenly call 911 because I'd be worried about myself. Good Lord. That's when I got the whole shy, nervous new streamer tick going, and I'd said something about feeling like I'd be out of place trying to collab with y'all, because I admit I do. Kind of compare numbers from myself to others. I'm barely breaking 150 without being returned to the streaming sphere. And then there's Maury and Damien, who are up way higher than me. And I get nervous that I don't belong in the collab. Are you talking about, Maury, are you talking about, seriously, that's what it felt like, Jono. Are you talking about, like, total follower count, Morin? Did I say Maury? I meant Morin. Okay, interesting. Gosh, I mean, like, that's gotta be, at the end of the day, that's really about the individual, you know? Like, I try to think a lot more about the individual and the rapport and how I feel about that relationship than any number about whether or not I belong there. I've been there, though. Like, I've absolutely had that feeling. I have had that feeling as an actor, too. When I worked on Monkey Kid, that was recorded as a group. So unlike the usual way that voiceover works, where, like, you all go in the studio one by one by one by one, and then, you know, you'll look at the credits later and you'll be like, oh, cool, Yuri Lowenthal was in this. But, like, you never saw him. You never passed by him in the studio. You know, he recorded he might have not even recorded at the same studio that you did. You know, he recorded separately on a different day in a different place. And then you end up in the same project and you're like, oh, neat. We sort of like indirectly worked together. And it might feel a little bit more personal, like, you know, if you play off of each other. But even then, like, you're still not there when you're doing it. But Monkey Kid, we were all on the same Zoom call, like in separate booths, but we were all on the same Zoom call together. And so I get on the call and Sean Schemmel is there and Chris Sabat is there and Johnny Young Bosch and fucking Jack DeSena and Stephanie Shea. And I felt like I got on the wrong bus. Like I had no idea why I was here. Like I felt like these are like all these titans of industry. And then like, okay, all right, hang on, hold please. You know, and then me, like some random asshole who's barely done anything. But you know, that didn't last very long. Once you're working together, you realize, oh, this is why I'm here. Because like, you start to feel the chemistry working together and you have good rapport and you're playing off each other and it feels good and you're like, oh shit, no, we absolutely belong together. Like, this is a great vibe. They may be in a different place in their career, you know, but from a chemistry standpoint, like that's what matters the most, is that there's chemistry there. Okay, bro, you just gonna start moonwalking? What the? All right. I feel like I'm blowing myself up. Whoa, no! All right. It was okay. It was all right. It worked okay. It's really unreliable, but at least it does decent damage. Fireworks have started. I'm uncomfortable. Oh, Cav, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not reliable even if the damage is good. It's such a cool concept. And you guys know me. Like, you've seen me swing swords in shooters, and you've seen me use bows in shooters, and you've seen me use guns in medieval games. I like being a special fucking snowflake. So the idea of being this like grenader seemed really fun to me. I think what would have made it work better would be if there was like an alt fire way to like just have it explode. Or even if it worked like Demo Man in TF2, where if you miss, it bounces and explodes on a delay. But maybe if like a direct body shot instantly blew up, I could make that work. That would be amazing if it could just blow up on a body shot. Then you're essentially like a Demo Man grenade launcher. Yeah, or pull the pin and cook it. So like you could be priming it and blocking and then let go for an instant explosion, which like you can kind of only do like that if you like super arc it. But am I really gonna fight the wolf spider like this, like staring up at the sky and hoping I'm hitting it? I don't think so.
I don't have a death wish!
I get you. In the end, all that matters is the group effort and how well the people work together. Yeah, exactly. And you might notice as you go, I've talked about this, and I always hate, I always get a little nervous saying this because, like, I feel like I'm, like, throwing people under the bus. You know, I'm never intending to, like, name anyone in specific, but, like, there are some people whose company I love, who I really like spending time with, but I've learned that we are shit at collabing together. And so I tend to dodge collabs with them. Not dodge, that's a unfair way of putting it, but like I don't go out of my way to collab with them because like it tends to feel weird. Like, we just have different energy. We just, like, we want different things. We enjoy different aspects of what we're doing together. We don't talk a whole lot. And that can be, like, either we play the game differently or, like, we don't talk a whole lot. You know, so I kind of feel like, why are we on this call together if we're, like, not talking to each other? And that's fine. Because I would still, like, if I find out they were in town, I would invite them out to dinner. I'd let them crash on my couch. I would pick them up at the airport. Like, you know, fucking love them. Fucking love them. Just not, you know, just not amazing collab chemistry. All right, let's just get out of here. Great friends, not so great collab mates. Exactly. Exactly. And, you know, it's a hard thing to talk about because, like, I know some people will probably still take that personally. Like, I know if, like, if there's always a chance that whoever that's, you know, those people, if they found out, they'd be like, what the fuck? You know, like, what did I do wrong? And it's like, nothing. We're just different people, you know? And there's always going to be examples of that. Like, tell me, if you are an adult who has lived alone, and I know not all of you, you know, I know that there are probably some of you that live with your folks, you know, but if you're an adult who's lived alone, chances are you've had housemates that, like, were great friends that you thought would be a great housemate, and then you realized you were, like, the most wrong person who's ever been wrong in the universe. But you're like, we were such, and then the sad part is that sometimes ruins the friendship. But, like, you know, the sad part is, like, you're just, you know, you got along great as friends, and you're kind of like, fuck, we never should have lived together. It kind of broke everything. I absolutely had that. My very first housemate was a friend that I met at a convention who was also a gamer and had a good sense of humor and liked comic books and video games and liked writing, you know, and telling stories. And we just had a lot of creative overlap. And so we got along really well. And so when I was looking to move out of college, this person was like, why don't you move in? You know, they didn't even have a place yet. They were like, I'm looking for a place. Why don't we go find a place together? And I'm like, oh, this is brilliant. We get along so well. Like, we've got so much in common. Like, I really lucked out. I did not really luck out. It was terrible. They were an absolute slob. They didn't know how to clean anything. And listen, I'm bad at dusting. I'm really good at keeping the kitchen clean. I'm bad at dusting. I'm cluttered. They were like a nightmare. They like lived in a dumpster. The home version of a dumpster. I would find a plate under the couch that was 2 weeks old that had an apple core and a pizza crust and about 100 ants on it. We had so many fruit flies that even if I kept my door closed, I would spend the entire night and all day doing this, trying to, like, clap kill hundreds of fucking fruit flies. I was probably inhaling them as I was sleeping. It was a fucking horrendous nightmare, and I couldn't get out of there faster. But, like, before we lived together, we got along great, and I loved their company. I thought they were awesome. Go figure. All right, let's see how bad this is. Got my shield. Got my bomb. You are so slow after fighting your big brother. Yeah, this sucks.
I need to get an antidote. Poison! Crap!
God, it's so slow. I'm so bad at the pattern on this boss because it's so slow compared to regular spiders. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. This is with the full set bonus, by the way. Good Lord. Yeah, all right, fuck that. Fuck this set. And then the household habits were revealed. Yup, that is huge. And it's one of the reasons why, you know, coming up with, I've never been someone who's been super big on I've never gone as far as to be like, man, as I'm listening to this playlist, it's really dawning on me. This is Cinder too, isn't it? It's dawning on me just how much work Daryl did for Cinder. Oh no, wait, this isn't Cinder. Is this Dia? This actually might be Dia Riku. I was gonna say, it's still dawning on me like just how much work Daryl, Vanessa Barnes did for Cinder. No, this might be Cinder. If I play Fuck It We Ball game style, so I play the Fuck It We Ball game style. It's called The Demon Within, which sounds like it's, the Hellhound, surprise reveal she did that one time when everyone thought it was going to be a revamp of the original outfit. I could be wrong, though. All of the shit that went down with Cinder notwithstanding, I've spent a lot of time thinking about her over the course of planning this debut because I can't think of another VTuber. I'm trying to think, and I don't know. I can't think of another VTuber that so successfully made a theme song for themselves, like a recognizable jingle that you hear a melody and you're like, oh, that's Cinder. Maybe Saba as of this week, only because of how fucking earwormy that track was. But seven iterations later with Daryl, and they would still work that motif into it, and you're like, oh yeah, that's the Cinder motif. You just recognize oh, that melody is Cinder. That's wild. Not a lot of VTubers have done something like that. I have a piece of music in the works. I don't know if it's going to accomplish something like that, but I thought about that a lot. I'm like, that's wild. I don't have an opinion about it. It's just oh, that's wild. Hasn't happened very much. Yeah, maybe. I think the thing, and maybe if they go forward, if they continue to revisit that, it would be, so it might have literally just been the fact that Cinder and Daryl came upon a motif that they then brought back into every piece of music. So 8 tracks later, you still hear the same da da dun 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 dun, and you're like, oh yeah, Cinder. Even if it's a completely different style, it goes from orchestral to a piano, acoustic piano, to metal, to EDM, but you then still hear, it's your fucking ba 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 ba. It's just now a little earworm motif that it can be in 100 different styles, and you're still gonna be like, oh, that's Cinder. That's the Cinder tune. Got it. It's interesting. Interesting to think about. I think about that kind of, like, I'm not, like, super intellectual about it, but, like, I guess because I've kind of, like, soft studied lowercase s,
From here?
soft studied so many VTubers. I've started to, like, earmark stuff like that. I think about it. I don't know. I play the fuck it we ball game style, so I'm definitely a bad collab mate for people who have more of a strategic game plan. I'd say the inverse of Zen, but at least she still has a plan. What is the inverse of Zen? Fuck it we ball. So I'm definitely a bad collab mate for people who have more of a strategic game plan. Zen doesn't strike me as someone that runs in without a plan. Saja does that a little bit. Like, Saja is someone who's, like, very technically skilled in games, and so will oftentimes, like, go sprinting in with no plan and just be like, I'm a god gamer, I've got this. And then they're just in there. I feel like Zen plays a little bit more, is a bit more of a team player, but will definitely trolls her team a fair bit in and around that, which I think is closer to how I play. I feel like I'm very team oriented, but I do occasionally mess with my teammates. Nowhere to that degree. I feel like I'm a bit more of a Care Bear. Saja sort of like hold my beer, charges in. We haven't even had a team meeting yet, and they're already in there fighting, and you're like, okay, I guess we're pulling. Yeah, Saja's the Leroy tactic, except, like, to be fair, and to her credit, it rarely ends in a wipe. You know, Saja tends to know what she's doing. I'm gonna take a bite of my sandwich.
Hope this is enough to keep me safe.
Teamwork is very important to me when I play games, and I've noticed that some of the collabs that I have struggled the most, where I've had the least fun, have usually been the ones where people just aren't really good teammates. They're not kind of thinking about the fact that we're playing together. And I've had, even like beyond collabs, like I've literally played with people just like privately in Discord, where we've hit a point where I've been like, I'm not having fun. We're not working together. We're not talking. We're not helping each other. I'm spending more time like dead watching you. And then maybe to the detriment of our ability to succeed, like, you know, if you fall over, like, I'll move heaven and earth to get you back up because we're in this together. And part of what makes this fun for me is us working together. And so if I feel like you're not reciprocating, if you're too focused on the game and you're not like talking to me, or you're not helping me, you're not collaborating with me, and especially if that then results in me spending a lot of it dead, I'm not having fun. That's not why I'm here. I don't want to be here anymore.
Another infected insect.
And I'm happy to say it hasn't happened very often, but I'm sure if you've been around this channel long enough, you've probably been there for moments where like a stream has ended and I've been like, not a stream, but like a collab has ended and I've like cooled down in just chatting with you guys afterwards and have said things to the effect of, I don't know, I didn't like that. I'm really sorry. I hope that was fun for you guys. I don't know. I couldn't do it. It wasn't, I feel weird. We've definitely had a couple of days like that over the past 2 years. Once in a while, we've had those days. Where like you can tell I'm not having fun. I get really quiet. I'll mute and I'll be talking to you guys more, and that's kind of my cope. A very good cope, by the way, because y'all are very charming and fun to talk to. But like, you know, you can sometimes tell when like I stop talking to the people on Discord and I'm just talking to you guys because I'm like, I don't know, this collab sucks. And then I feel bad, you know? I feel like I kind of ruin the experience for everybody. But, you know, it's a learning experience. And the learn sometimes then is like, okay, so this person is someone I have to talk to so we can set expectations in the future. Or worst case, you say, okay, this is someone I can't collab with. Oh, I must be infuriating then, Jono, because I feel like I do nothing but, like, hang out and get distracted rather than charge forward in the games I play.
Oh, huh. That's interesting.
I'm kind of a big fan of, like, the Jesse Cox style of, like... Jesse Cox is such a great proof of concept that, like, it's 100% okay to be completely fucking terrible at a game as long as you're having fun and chat's having fun. I appreciate that about streamers like that, where you're like, yeah, exactly. Well, somewhere in here, it turns out that trinket would not have helped me because we don't even have the trinket. So, somewhere, if I break enough of these, I could theoretically get the trinket that reduces explosive damage, but I never actually got it. Couldn't have used it even if I wanted to. 1% chance to drop from haze fungus. Not from strange spores, incidentally, just from haze fungus. So just from the ones that don't explode. Excuse me, she burped.
What's on your...
My stomach's been cranky today. What is lighting up and saying it's a haze fungus? Something was lighting up as haze fungus. Weird. Weird. Okay, this is so obnoxious to try to move through. I was really close to turning on my own speech-to-text to speech software when it came to that Dark Tide collab. I've been around for at least one of those. Oh, for the other. Morn, were you thinking of turning on speech-to-text to speech, like from the very start? Just like, should I show up and just use STTTS? And how come? Yeah, you know what? I feel that a little bit in Apex sometimes, Jono. When I've done like tournament matches. Usually there's enough tension from the tournament that it doesn't bother me too much. But like I've had those matches where you're like, oh, we start and we're in the middle. We're basically already in the end ring. What do we do? And you're just like, oh, I guess we're just going to hang out in this house for the next fucking 10 minutes waiting for the ring to close. So that we can what? We can, you know, all the fight, and everyone shows up in red armor. We've got nothing. We have no heals. Like, we're just basically throwing because we started in the end zone and didn't go exploring.
Hey, no one likes a nosy neighbor.
Somewhere around here is the cave that leads to the New Game Plus area, and I might have unlocked it. Is it this one? I don't plan on doing New Game Plus yet, but I'm curious if I've actually finished it. I've done the 3 necessary bosses. I haven't done the coffee event yet. If I do the coffee event with Damien next time, we can open this. This is where you start New Game Plus. But it also has 1 to 2 of the most rare, most powerful consumable in the game. And most players will tell you that you immediately grab it, and then you always save 1 and you duplicate the hell out of it. Like, you never just, like, get it and use it. You get it and use it, you're an idiot. It's the most powerful consumable. You duplicate the hell out of it, so every time you fight anything worth a damn, you've got one of them ready to go. You know, it's like they give it to you as you go into New Game Plus as like a Hail Mary food, and the real ones know that they can keep it going. They can keep getting it back. There's no recipe for it. Yeah, I was originally planning on it. It was a voice dysphoria thing, and I didn't want to subject y'all to me, but I figured it'd be best. There is a duplicator that is in the tree, in the lab in the tree. It actually lets you dupe anything for a cost, although some things have really high science costs. So I could theoretically, like if I fully put this set together, I don't think it would have the upgrades, but I could straight up like duplicate my gear. And the reason, one of the things it's really good for is that there are a bunch of like one-time find trinkets. So like you can never get another one. So if you're playing with multiple people, like you're going to want to potentially duplicate it so you can each have one. Yeah. 1% drop when I break those haze funguses to have the trinket. Am I actually going to go farm haze fungi while we talk? Do I want to versus do I feel like I ought to? Who knows? For legal reasons. I am legally obligated to swear up and down that I enjoy watching Mel cheat in games. I have been toying around with the idea, and I don't know if it would work. I don't know how easy it would be. But, I've been toying with the idea of, the reason I asked Saja the other night, like, how system intensive is her software? And she said not very system intensive at all. It uses a browser source. It runs a lot of it through the web. So it captures it and then kind of plays it back, I guess the same way that like my TTS plays it back. And that's part of why it's on a delay. And so my thought was, so could you theoretically have a button that simultaneously, like you have speech to text to speech with like a Zentrea style voice or something running the entire stream, but it's off. No one can hear it. And then could you theoretically press a button that would mute your microphone and unmute the speech to text to speech, effectively changing your voice into a speech to text to speech voice? Like you could kind of just like essentially like have a button that straight up toggles one off and toggles the other on. So if you wanted to do something fun, you could like throw it on just for fun. And then the next thought I had is, could you tie that to a redeem so that chat could like spend 100,000 points to like flip you into speech to text to speech for the next 10 minutes against your will? And would that be amazing or horrible? Chat just like forcibly turns you into a robot. And then the follow-up thought to that is, can you set expectations with that? Can you make it cost prohibitive enough and put it on cooldown enough that like you aren't spending the entire stream doing it, so that people who stop in for the first time don't then just go like, oh, this is just a Zentreya clone. You know, like they get that it's an inside joke and that it's like a limited redeem. Because that would be kind of I kind of feel like that could be bonkers. I kind of feel like that could be bonkers. I think it could be possible. Slight alteration. You would be the only one to hear it, not no one. You would be the only one to hear it, not no one. And wired to the stream deck, you could possibly have it on a switch that way. What do you mean when you say you would be the only one to hear it? Oh, you mean like it would be muted for the audience, but not the streamer. I think my goal would be, could it be muted for everybody? And then kind of like the same way, like if I hide. Yeah, I wonder if you could actually do that. I wonder if you could do that where like it just turns it off for everybody. So kind of like, so I have a stream source that that is responsible for TTS Monster, which is the thing that like reads out people's sub messages. And it's a web browser source. So I can click like the little eyeball next to it to disable it. And if I disable it, then nobody hears it. It doesn't go through. Like if people spend money on, like if people spend bits to send a message, it goes through, like the bits go through, but then like it just doesn't play the message. I don't hear it, you don't hear it, it fails. I've let you down. So theoretically, if you had it set up like that and you just turn off the source, then it would be running like on the web somewhere and it would be like sending the signal with the message, but the stream wouldn't pick it up, like wouldn't display it. And then the only thing you have to be careful of, I figure, is you want to make sure that it doesn't care about messages that go through while it's turned off. Like you don't want to turn it on and then have it suddenly start repeating the last 2 hours of stream from the start. And that was something that I had to figure out with my stream scenes for alerts. I had to make sure it didn't shut the source down when not visible. I think that was the setting. Because if you shut down the source when it's not visible, it kind of ends up accidentally queuing it up. So like what that means in practice is like, you know, if I then go from my game to just chatting and I've had like 15 people follow the channel in that time, it will then go back and play 15 back to back to back to back follow sound effects. Whereas if it doesn't shut the sound effect down, it's just playing them silently in the background. So if the stream was hidden, you know, if the source was hidden while that person followed, no one heard it, it came and went, it disappeared. When I go back to that scene later, it's fine, it doesn't play it. So I feel like that's what you would do. You'd kind of set it up the same way. I'm kind of thinking out loud right now. I like the idea of this. I kind of want to do this. It would be very funny. It'd be very, very funny. I feel like it could be very frustrating. But that's kind of content. Can you imagine being in the middle of saying something really important? You're like, listen, so I know that it's hard out there and we're all trying our best, but the thing you have to remember is that you're not alone out there. What? What the fuck? Really? Really? When I was in the middle of saying something important. You'd do this right now. fuck you. You know, like, it'd be really kind of funny to be able to, like, short circuit someone's actual emotions to just fucking TTS them at a moment's notice as a troll. Could be fucking hilarious. That's the kind of shit that I think about when I stare at my ceiling at night. I'm like, could you pull that off? How would that work? Let's go get some coal. That sounds horrifying. There's something like existentially terrifying about that, right? If you think about like
Putting on some more armor.
okay, so imagine like a scenario. This is the existential, like, real life version of that, is like someone's been uploaded into, like, you know, this is like the fully, like, transhumanism, like someone's been uploaded into the cloud. They're like now an artificial intelligence system, but they still sort of contain the personality and spirit and soul of a human being. And they have, you know, memories, they have thoughts, they have feelings. And then you put like some sort of restraining software on them and turn them into a glorified Siri. There's like something like existentially horrifying about that. I feel like that's kind of what it evokes. That's like kind of what it channels, like suddenly just like slurping away someone's humanity mid-sentence. That just sounds like a Warhammer 40k servitor. You suddenly just get turned into a servitor for the next 5 minutes. What you then need to do, and I don't have an asset for this, but you then need to have an asset for it that changes the model. So, like, you know, you, like, have an asset where, like, suddenly the model, like, your VTuber model has, like, you know, kind of like think like Star Wars, like, you know, like your droid now has like a restraining bolt on it, and like you fade the light from their eyes, like you have like a dead eye toggle, and you like put that together so the model itself looks like they've like the light has left their eyes. If you want to make it extra horrifying.
I'm sizzling. My skin is boiling.
I should have ducked out sooner, but instead I'm burning alive. And the playback is forced to be heard in case something wrong comes out, like Zen or Saja's misspeaks when the program mishears either of them. The playback is forced to be heard in case something wrong comes out. Is that so that if, like, something severely wrong comes out, you have, like, 2 seconds to hit the mute button? Is, like, that the purpose of it? I didn't know that. I actually had no idea that that software like forced you or like had you monitor at the same time. That sounds very disorienting, honestly. Like that feels like it would be very disorienting as the streamer to constantly hear that voice in your head. Like, because then aren't you hearing everything twice? Like you say it, it repeats it back to you. Then you hear it go out on stream. Or do you then mute it out to stream? You probably can't. No, you have to have it go out to stream because it's on a delay. So then you have to sort of act, because I know the thing that Zen does and that I've talked to Saja about is like, you sort of have to act. And by the way, if you watch Zen sometimes, you'll actually see her doing this. She doesn't call attention to it because like, why would she? But you can kind of see Zen doing this where like, sometimes you'll notice if you watch her stream, because there's a delay on the presentation, like, you'll sort of see her mouth move a little bit and there won't be any sound. So it's almost like she says something with no physicality. And then a second later, you'll hear her say it and she'll sort of like, you know, and she'll be moving and she'll be smiling and her hands will be moving and it'll be like mostly at a time. And I think what's happening in that case is she's essentially saying it and then she's acting saying it later. When it comes through a few seconds later, she has to kind of like pantomime what she actually said 3 seconds earlier. Which is Herculean if you think about it. Like that's really sounds exhausting. It's as exhausting as it is impressive. And it's really fun because I know that technically I think her software lets her type as well. But it's really interesting when you see her kind of do it live because, like, I think you're so used to seeing her be very physical and very animated that, like, sometimes you don't always notice the times when, like, you sort of see her model's mouth move silently a second or two before. And like, if you stop to think about it, you're like, oh, that's her, like, saying it. And now she's about to perform saying it. Absolutely. I see that Zen's mouth move with the tracking, and then her mouth actually moves when the sound comes out. Zen is both the ventriloquist and the dummy. That's funny if you think about that a little too much. She's the ventriloquist and the dummy. But you know what? She's our dummy.
Well, look at you. You suck.
So that sounds extremely disorienting because I guess like at the end of the day, like then you're like you'll say something, you'll hear it monitor back to you, then you hear it a second time, and that happens for the whole stream, and that's happening while other people are talking. If you're in a collab, so you're listening to them talk on Discord, and you're hearing yourself, and you're hearing yourself a second time. At the same time that like one of your friends might be making a call like in the middle of your Apex match. I'm not gonna lie, that kind of sounds like hell. It's impressive, but it also sounds like hell.
Bombardier Beetle, stay out of the splash zone.
I kind of need my actual gear for this. She's our favorite Dragon Toaster cyborg gym rat, cowgirl Texan lizard gamer. Good lord. Pick a model. Fucking man, some of these VTubers. I love Vexoria just teased a new model for like later in the summer and like literally just debuted another model. I adore that woman. It's funny to see people responding in the comments though and be like, another debut? What? You just, what? But you just, but you just did this. We just did this. I've got so much. I almost wish at some point you could like turn off mob loot. I remember her and Zillan from WoW Twitter. Was this before VTubing? I know that Vex plays WoW. I actually got back into WoW for a brief period of time. Really? From WoW Twitter. Wild. There was a brief period of time when, okay. Oh, never mind, we're fine. There was a brief period of time when I got momentarily back into WoW, and it was because of Vex. Because we were talking one or two nights, and she said that she still played semi-regularly and told me, you know, where she tended to hang out. And so I decided to give it a shot, and I jumped in. And we played a little bit on stream together, I think, right? Didn't we do a couple of WoW streams? We never actually ended up connecting, though. I don't know if that's just because our times didn't line up or, you know, because I know she's super busy. But I never actually ended up seeing her in game. But,
Taking a look around.
but like, the main reason I was in there in the first place was from, like, a long conversation with her about playing. And I was like, ah, fuck it. I'll jump back in and see what it's like. As someone who's been working with a similar program, you eventually figure out when to time your own words so as not to drown anyone else out. Yeah, Sasha's gotten pretty good at that, and Zen's pretty good at that. But, you know, you notice other patterns as well. Like, if you notice, you know, she still talks plenty, but if you notice, like, when Zen collabs with like, a big group collab, you'll notice that she tends to not talk as much. And that could also just be a social thing, because, I mean, like, if you watch me in a big collab, like, one of two things happens. If I'm with a bunch of people who are slightly less assertive than I am, absolutely, I fill the airwaves. Because I'm really good at kind of, like, counterbalancing, and I can fill the airwaves easy. But if I'm in a collab with a bunch of people who are very assertive personalities, I will shut up. Like I'll be live, you'll be watching me stream, I will barely talk. Just because there's, like, so much already being said on comms, I'm just like, I got nothing to add. This is already a lot of people talking at the same time, and my introvert, you know, my inner introvert is kicking in. I don't think I can contribute here. She also doesn't do a lot of call-outs when it comes to gaming. Yeah, well, and, you know, it's funny. I don't think Zen and I have ever talked about that, but it was interesting to hear Sasha talk about it last night. That was probably, like, one of the key moments that stood out to me, was her saying that she doesn't really get to do call-outs in games like Apex or Darktide. She kind of just has to handle it, because there's just, like, on her delay, there's just, like, no way for her to really be to have effective comms. Which, you know, so on one hand, it's really great that she's as good at the game as she is. That sounds like that could be a huge issue, especially if you're, you know, if you're not, like, an FPS savant. Then on some level, I could see that being something that you're, like, you're sort of wrestling, like, with, like, trying really hard not to be a carry. When it would be very easy to kind of be a carry. You know what I mean? I could also see myself wanting to have, like, an offline group of people that, like, you just don't use TTS with. Because it's got to be nice to not have to worry about that once in a while.
Scientists make this look harder than it is.
I know she's talked about that a little bit. I don't know, you know, I don't know where her head is at on that now, but I know we've at least, like, okay, fuck you. At least, like, intellectually, I know that we've discussed, like, the prospect of, like, if she would ever consider, using voice on comms. But I don't think there was ever any answer to that, as one might imagine. But we've, you know, we've gotten close enough that we've talked about it, like the idea of like how that would feel if you'd ever consider it. It's interesting. I wonder, you know, like not to compare every major reveal to fucking what's his name? Dream. the legendary Dream face reveal. But like when you have such an established brand, that's got to start to feel really scary. You know, like I wonder, I don't know Zen well enough to talk about this, but like I kind of wonder if that's something Zen has thought about. You know, if she's ever like kind of had to like weigh the pros and cons of like, do I do like a voice reveal, or would that be like too dramatic a shift in branding that like it's just not really plausible this late in your career? I don't think it's ever too late for anything, by the way, but like I wonder if that's something that she's thought about. Hey, Golden Eagle. How's it going? Good to see ya. Or like when Mr. Regular from Regular Car Reviews just one day started showing his face in his videos. Yeah, well, and of course there are some people that do that all the time, and it's no problem, you know? Like, so it's there are plenty of proofs of concept for that working in the VTube space. Like Kason is a perfect example. Kason switches back and forth all the time. Who was I talking about? I was talking to my housemate about someone recently. Who was it? Or I might have been talking to Cena Breyer. Who was I talking about? I was talking about someone else that switches constantly. Oh, Miabyte. If any of you know the streamer Miabyte, like kind of semi-regularly switches between Facecam stream and like 2 different VTube models. Like significantly different VTube models. Does Juniper do Facecam streams as well? Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, by and large, despite the fact that like there's sort of like the old school concept of that being taboo in the VTuber space, it definitely feels like people are much more chill with that than maybe either they used to be or people sometimes worry it might be, you know? Like people are shallow. People are shallow at the end of the day, honestly. So like there's always the chance that, you know, if you're a longtime VTuber and you are like an idle VTuber and people, you know, and you're doing like certain types of content, like if you're doing like girlfriend experience content or boyfriend experience content, there can be a lot of weight behind like the gravity of like revealing that kind of stuff in the event that like somehow like changes people's opinion of you. But there are a lot of examples of people just sort of like ripping off the Band-Aid and then people like just get used to it and it's fine. Yeah, it's a lot of that is very much like, you're right, a lot of that is very much comes from idol culture. That, you know, never revealing your face, never talking to people of the opposite sex, you know, God forbid they find out that you're dating someone, fucking the earth ends. They take that shit really seriously. The sun crash lands into the moon, God forbid they find you talking to a male VTuber.
I could devour a billy hog right about now.
Well, this is going to be a long trek back, but we're going to do it. We are going to do it on foot. No, we're not. Fast travel. Who was that? Wasn't there some big, like, silly scandal once with one of the JP idol VTubers? Because, like, a DM from a male VTuber, like, just, like, momentarily popped onto their screen. And, like, I don't even think anyone saw what it said. It was just, like, their name popping up with a notification, and people lost their goddamn minds. Okay. You know what? I don't need the shield anymore. Now that I have the trinket that I immediately retired because of course I did. Golden Eagle, have a wonderful rest of your night. Real quick before you go, I just saw a message up there that says, do you like getting pinged on Twitter? No. Please do not DM. Appreciate you watching, but please do not DM. Mom gets cranky. She will drink your blood. Yo, Mr. Imitator. How are you doing? Thank you for the bits. Thank you, thank you. Wow. I'm just hearing like constant fireworks outside. I'm glad that it's not too crazy for all of you. It's pretty serious. It's getting pretty serious. Oh, wait. I have a food chest. Whoopsies. There we go. Did I put mushrooms in there too? No. Should I go be stupid? Should I go be stupid and try to fight the spider just for fun, solo? Yes? Okay. Let's go do it. Mm-hmm. You know I'm good for it. I just put the damn shield away.
Hope this is enough to keep me safe.
Yeah, that works.
Just do it!
Cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. I'll get right on that. Thank you. No problem. I got you. Thanks. Okay. Yes. Welcome, welcome to my channel, wherein, I have set my settings so loud that when I get jump scared, everyone gets jump scared, except I'm the only one that gets paid for it. Happier. All right, we're gonna do, let's see. All right, we're gonna do Blade Master, Perfect Parry, Coup de Grace, Trapper Keeper, and yes, for those that haven't played the game, it is Coup de Grace. And I think that's it. Excuse me.
Everything looks good from here.
I need a summoning item. Freyboy. Yo, Freyboy, it's been a minute. How are you? Welcome back. I heard that Bloodhound's VA Allegra Clark is going to be at Anime Expo either tomorrow or Sunday. Doesn't matter to me because she still signed my Pathfinder's quest book. Don't worry, Mel. It still has all your signatures from that event from Universal City Walk in January 2024. Oh, awesome. It doesn't matter to me? Hey, I heard Allegra is gonna be at this convention, but who cares? Well, good for her. Cena is there, I think, actually. I don't think she's doing any events. I think she's just hanging out. She offered me a badge, but I was super busy today, and I saw the DM really late. No! Wait, again? Seriously? I'm in an island base. Spiders can't get here. What are we doing here? Like, really, what are we doing? That sounds like Katie Cat. That is Katie Cat. I got upgraded to 9, by the way, since yesterday. I wish I could go and guest. I know it's old news, but I hope someday I can guest at conventions. It would be really fun. It would be really fun. I would like it. Hey, spiders! Hey, dragon! Tell your mother her eggs were delicious. I think exactly one person in chat recognizes that joke. When I was in New York City, I think it might be more than one. 2 people in chat recognize that joke. When I went back to NYC back in late February this year, I went to the 86th floor of the Empire State Building. Nice. It was cold, windy, and I even felt the building's vibrations. I was scared, but I still endured it. Hey, listen. If it was something that you were scared of and then you conquered it, good for you. Congratulations. Hell yeah. I've,
See what we can find.
Oh, and they leave. They gave up. They're like, wait a minute. This is an island base. What the fuck are we doing, boys? Let's get out of here. Yeah, fuck this thing. Why did we think we could attack this base? Yeah, let's go. We're missing our favorite TV show. All right, we're good. I don't remember. Have I been to the top of the Empire State Building? I may have been to the top of the Empire State Building once? Question mark? On like a field trip with school? I've never really done a lot of the traditional touristy things. I remember I made a friend. I was briefly dating somebody in Brooklyn, and I must have been the most boring date for them because they constantly teased me about the fact that I didn't know where to do anything. Like, I knew nothing in Brooklyn. I knew nothing in New York City. Like, if someone came to visit, I don't know where to go. I don't know what to show them. You know, like, my version of hanging out places is eating, basically. You know, like, that's what I do. When people come to visit, I'm like, I know a good place to eat. I know a couple of great places to eat. And then if you want to walk around, like, you know, I'll give you a great meal. We'll have a great conversation. We can walk around. If you have touristy things you want to do, let's go to the Statue of Liberty. Let's go to the Empire State Building. Let's go see One World Trade Center. I will accompany you to that. But, like, I don't know. I've never been that person who's like the quintessential New York City experience, you know? You gotta go see Wanamaker store, you know, or whatever. Go to Lindsay's, go to Luchow's or whatever the it's a song from On the Town. We gotta go see Radio City and Herald Square. I don't know, and I couldn't come up with any of that shit. New York City is the best in pizzas. All right. You've heard me say it before, but if you haven't been here, I'm going to drop some knowledge on you right now, all right? People are going to drop a lot of tourist trap fucking pizza places in New York City. Oh, they've been in the city forever. It's the best pie. It's the best pie. You got to go. Everyone that goes to New York City goes and eats this pie. You got to go. Brooklyn. Deep, way the fuck out in Brooklyn. You got to go to L&B, Spumoni Gardens. If you've never heard of that dessert before, Spumoni, L&B with an ampersand. Spumoni Gardens is the best fucking pizza I've ever had in my life. Fuck the tourist pizza spots in Manhattan. It's a grandma slice, which, by the way, I know what you're thinking, because I was the same way. I was like, grandma slice, really? That's your best? It's gonna change your life. It's gonna change your life. It has the doughiest, most delicious, thick dough underneath. It's got the cheese on top of the dough. And then they put the sauce on top of the cheese like it's fucking Inside Out Boy. They season the top and it's just perfect. It's everything they do is perfect. It's brilliant. It's amazing. I wouldn't have trusted it. I wouldn't trust me right now. But you'll understand when you have some. You go have your quiche pizza. Like, listen, no disrespect to deep dish. It's not the same meal. It's a different meal. The fact that we call them both pizza is confusing. It's a completely different meal. I truly don't think casserole is better than quiche. Sorry, yeah, quiche is all egg. Casserole is a better name for it. You got a better one, Moldy. When people are like, what's better? Like Little Vincent's or like deep dish, Chicago style. I'm like, two different meals. You can't compare them. They're both good, they're fine. They're not playing the same sport.
What's on your mind?
Casserole is wrong too. What would you call it then? I mean, it's a pie. It's like someone was like, This is how I imagine deep dish, or at least Chicago-style deep dish. I imagine someone went, yo, you know how they call it a pizza pie? What if we made like an actual pie, but it's pizza? That's my headcanon of how that conversation originally went down. All right. This thing's gonna kick my ass. Why am I here? With no food, no consumables.
I mean, this is probably what bottled water is.
I see you
If
there.
look
Fuck
around.
you. I have to, I mean, honestly though, I gotta go farming. Maybe that's what we do tonight and we just like murder ourselves trying to get it. I need to farm up that trinket because the 75% explosive damage reduction trinket, which I do not have, that would change this entire fight. That would turn this entire fight on its head. I'm actually a little worried. Because I don't have a meal, my stamina's gonna explode in a minute, and I'm gonna have half the stamina I usually do. I'm not prepared for this encounter. I need food. Phase 1. All right, buddy. Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Not feeling good at all.
Okay, my hand is like cramping. Where are you? Okay, all right. Hey, bro? Okay, can you... You're... kind of glitching. Shit. Okay, phase 2. Well, it's scaled just around me now. So it's not a matter of like trying to compensate for 2 people's damage. Which, not to say, Damien was doing fine, but if ever either one of us was slacking, suddenly, you know, we're dealing with so much more boss health. You know what I mean? So I only have to worry about myself now. Oh, you're healing yourself, you dickwad. Oh, wait. Wait, what the hell just blew me up? Oh, there goes my stamina. Oh, God. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Oh, I'm so fucked. Okay. I gotta get you out of the water. I think the water buffs him. Or her, rather. I think my health also may have gone down. Okay, part of it is because it's in the pool, it's fucking life leeching. Hey, buddy. I don't have enough heals for this. I definitely don't have enough heals for this. Yeah. Shit. Not bad. Not bad for a first attempt of the night. But I did not have the heals and I didn't have the food. That sucks. Not bad for a first go, though. I need to come more prepared. Alright. I need to make sure I've got anything to eat.
At least it's clean.
I should also make some sandwiches. Do I have enough for more Black Ox burgers? I do. Yeah, I died. I died. What will I do? And maybe some potions. If I can convince my mother to come with me to New York City and try out Spumoni Gardens in Queens or Brooklyn, that will make my holiday vacation day. Yeah, it's fun. It's really low key. It's not like a tourist spot at all, but like the real ones know. L&B Spumoni Gardens. 86th in Brooklyn. Looks pretty, I mean, it's honestly like, look at this place. Look at this place. Like, it's just a place. You know, there is nothing special looking about this place. But it's fucking incredible. I don't know what that is. Get that away from me. Doesn't look like much. Look, I'm not a dumb person. Doesn't look like much. I'm telling you, any one of those is going to change your life. Any one of those will change your life. I got to refill my drink. I'll be back in a second. One second. God, my inner New Yorker came out. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Flat NY style dish slice, you fold that. Yo, I love this. I love the folding slices. Classic. Honestly, I miss like the $1, $2 slices that you could get just like at any of the corners at like the Two Bros pizzas. I miss that shit. Liquid rage. Let's make a liquid rage. Let's make a fuzz on the rocks. Let's make a hyper stamina. Should we be crazy? I don't have apple for human food, and that's the one I want. I want the damage resist. And boss sauce, critical hit chance. Why are there so many critical hit chance things?
Everything looks good from here.
Yeah, we'll do boss sauce. What is sticky green machine? Oh. That's what I just made. All right. We go to the fridge. I think I can let this food rot to put the meals in the fridge, right? Yeah. All right. $30. And I want to go harvest some mussel sprouts. I might need some mushrooms too, though. We might need to do mushrooms and mussel sprouts. Yo. Hey, Hambino. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? Hope you had a great night tonight in Apex. Yo, I heard that your tournament is this Sunday. I'm excited. And that you've got Thousand Eyes casting it. That's really awesome. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome, everybody. My name is Melozand. You can call me Mel. I'm a professional voice actor and pre-debut VTuber. I am Catalyst in the game that you were just watching. We're having kind of like an easygoing 4th of July stream. You know? No barbecue plans here. We're just hanging out, keeping each other company, having a great time. And I hope you'll be a part of it. Consider sticking around. we're kind of just vibing in Grounded while I go try to fight the hardest boss in the game. At least pre-New Game Plus. And we've been doing some prep work after our first wipe to give it another shot. And then after that, I don't know, maybe we'll do some Monster Hunter Wilds. I could kind of see myself flipping around games a little bit. Even though I know it's already 11 p.m., I kind of want to bounce between a few games.
That's not so bad.
Or maybe doing some Peak. I could do some solo climbs on Peak or something. I love these pink cabbage Brussels sprouts. Mussel sprouts. Made out of meat. Yeah, no barbecue and buggies. We are doing frost damage only. This is not where I want it to be. So yeah, if you're interested in some chill vibes, I do a lot of variety streaming, and tonight in particular, we're kind of just hanging out. So make yourselves at home. I was not in the right build, was I? I was not fully in the right build. Oh no, I was in the right build. Never mind, I can't use that as an excuse. I need lots of mushrooms. Why did that jump work here but not last night? What do I call it? It's we need, which one? Soothing syrup. I don't know how many mushrooms we have back at base. I guess we'll just have to find out. We'll go hope we have enough. It's kind of wild that I found out they put a whole ass item into the game that's meant to lure that fish so that it stays away from you. Like, I guess it's something you could keep in your bags and just drop in the water if it starts chasing you. But it doesn't, like, it's so easy to avoid. I'm kind of curious if, like, so I play with keep loot on. You don't drop your loot. I kind of wonder if maybe if you get gobbled by the fish in hard modes where you don't keep your loot. Not hard modes, but like when you have it set so you don't keep your loot. Maybe it gobbles up your loot and you lose everything. Maybe that's why they have the lure in the game. I'm not sure. There's got to be some impetus for it, because, like, who cares, right? Why make a whole ass item just to, like, scare the fish off? Are we good? I think we're good. Do I keep the goop instead of the mint? The mint gives me more damage, but I found out that the goop slows down the boss. So there might be value in that, even if I'm not doing, like, absolutely, like, the pinnacle of damage. There might be value in that alone, I'm not gonna lie. I just want to get one kill. That's all I care about. I just want to get one kill, and I'll be satisfied. And we can move on to other activities in here. That's all I need. Let's see. Let's see. Kind of also wonder if the mace would work. All right. Yeah, let's try it with my normal trinket. Here we go.
Oh my god!
I didn't cut down the goddamn dandelion. It's gonna knock me out of the sky again. If I'd knocked... you know what I need to do? Maybe it's about time. I just need to find a different way. Like, I need to adjust this route so it dodges that dandelion somehow. I don't remember if it... The problem is... I think I tried this a number of times and was fucking up. Because I'm kind of threading a needle here. Check this out. One sec. Like right here. I'm threading a needle between that plant and that plant. You see? That's the one I'm closer to. This one I have a little bit of room. So it's possible that if I angled it over just a little bit to the right, if I could find a place to do it, maybe I could dodge that dandelion? The question is, would it be enough? Like, would it be enough to just slightly angle it like this so that maybe I go under that instead of running into the stem? I'm not so sure. Okay, fuck you too. Oh shit, I didn't make the potions. I'm so good at this game. It's all right. We will cut this down and then go make the potions. God, I wish you'd stay down forever. And this is the other one. Kind of deranged that the infected weevils literally just run up to you and explode. All right. I have 8, so I need 22. I do not remotely have the mushrooms for that. Fuck. All right. Cool. Let's go farm some mushrooms.
Look down! Don't look down!
Oh,
That's not a bad trinket to use, actually.
interesting.
I wonder. Hey, that's the fire alarm. And that's probably just from a barbecue, but I'm gonna go check that out. Don't mind me. I'm going to turn the music up. I'll be right back, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's nothing. Okay. We are good. I am just going to hit the restroom real quick. Okay? So I'm going to hit the 3-minute button. So I'll just run an ad, get it out of the way, and then we'll jump back in. I'm fine. Everyone's safe. Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. One sec. BRB. My hair smells like smoke now. My hair fucking smells like I've been in a cigar lounge all night now. Like, just standing here, because I have long hair, I just smell smoke, and it's coming from my hair. This is great. Oh, man. Smells delicious. I'm going to have to, like, take a long-ass shower before I go to bed. All right. Welcome back. Oof. Yeah, my hair smells fully like I've been in a cigar lounge all night. Thank you for your patience. Man, I just can't wait to not live in this area anymore. I am, as fun as like you look back on the history of this stream and it's like, ooh, remember that time when Mel had a bullet go through her apartment? Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, remember that time when the place next door to where she lives was on fire and we weren't sure for a minute? Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this shit. Turns out, like I said in chat, the house like right next to our place was on fire. It was very small at the time. I don't know if like sparks, like maybe like a firework like veered down early or sparks hit some dry brush or something. It wasn't like the full structure of the house. It was mostly like bushes and stuff outside the house. But like it was a pretty tall flame and it was like literally right next to our apartment. I'm sitting here like thinking back on like the LA fires and I'm like, cool. So one gust of wind later and we're fucked. They got a handle on it really quickly though. Like within a couple of minutes of me being out there, the fire department was already there, and they very quickly, like, I don't know if it was just, like, they were hosing it down when I left, but, like, they started with some sort of bomb or something. Maybe it was just, like, a lot of fire extinguishers, because the fire went out really fast, and then there was just smoke everywhere, and it was, like, really hard to see, because they just, like, somehow, like, nuked the fire out. And then they sprayed down, like, the whole area of land and the whole house. They were just, like, spraying top to bottom. Lot of smoke out there. Really hard to breathe for a second. So, like, I walked out and I started to walk down, and I was like, oh, there's no oxygen here. So I had to, like, run back and go into the parking lot area to, like, catch my breath. And I was wishing I had something to put over my face. And it seemed like...
I could devour
it seemed
a
kind of
billy
like
hog right about now.
they had it under control really quickly. But I stayed out there for a little bit because it's right next to the area where my cats are. Like, my cats are between my apartment building and that house. So I just wanted to try to get proof of life that my baby was okay and you know, safe. But, like, there were so many people out there, it just felt like it was, like, not going to be possible. Like,
Those
I mentioned, I was like, anyone see any cats? And someone from my apartment building was like, yeah, for a second they were going crazy out there, but now I don't see them. And I'm like, okay, well, that's sort of comforting. I don't know why I would think this. This is kind of a terrible thought. So, like, minor, like, 6-second content warning for, like, negative ideations, but, like, there was, like, just for a second, I'm like, I just need to make sure that, like, somehow the babies weren't caught in that, you know? So, like, I just wanted proof of life. So I was out there for, like, an extra 10 minutes, just, like, walking between the parking area and the back area where the firefighters were, and, like, around the front of the building and around the back of the building and back into the parking lot and back into the area where the fire was. Just, like, hunting for my babies. And didn't have a lot of luck, but I think in the parking lot, I'm, like, 99% sure I saw my kid. Like, I saw that familiar, like, white face, black nose tuxedo, but then he, like, ran the fuck out of sight and I couldn't find him again. So I have a decent idea that that was him in the garage, and he's fine, just spooked because there's lots of people. And I was talking to someone earlier today. God, I get such horrendous burn-in on my computer. I had the menu open for so long. I now see the menu just, like, baked into the screen. I need to somehow cook this out of my screen. I'm looking at the menu right over the game. Does that mean it's not time for a new monitor? Possibly. Fucking Halo? Seriously? Yeah, anyway, I'm 97% sure that he's fine. I just, you know, so I spent a little extra time out there just trying to, like, make sure, because I worry. But I think we're okay. I got cats. We have some outdoor cats that live on the property. And one of them in particular I adore, and I've built a really close relationship to. I really want to adopt him, but my housemate's allergic. So for the past handful of months, I haven't really been able to do anything other than just, like, make sure that he's taken care of. So what I do is every day I give them cold, fresh water because, like, it's hot outside in the summer, and, you know, I walk out there sometimes and they've got their little mouths open and they're panting because it's really fucking hot out. So I give them cold, fresh water every day. I put out food for them every day. There are 3 of them. I can't adopt 3 cats. So I'm going to momentarily feel very sad that I have to separate the kid from his parents. But if my housemate ever moves out, or if I ever move out, I'm adopting that cat. Like, immediately adopting that cat. and getting him shots and getting him to the vet, cleaned up, get him get him groomed, turn him into a soap cat, get him all safe and happy, give him a good home. I'd like to do that. Hey, welcome Raiders. Welcome Jupiter. I hope you had a good stream tonight in Shadowverse. Yeah, but the important thing is everyone's safe. I got out there and like the building manager, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And he's like, fire in the apartment next door. And I'm like, okay, wait, in our complex or where? And he's already gone. And I'm like, is our apartment on fire? And the answer was no, it was the house next door. But it was still extremely close and a little harrowing. Bugs, bugs, bugs. Damien, you can get in here if you want. I'm just vibing. You're welcome in if you're not going anywhere tomorrow. I've just been harvesting materials slowly. I tried a new build out. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible. So I'm back to my other build, and we were going to see if I could solo the boss. It didn't work. I got killed. So now I'm gathering, trying to find mushrooms to gather so I can give it another go once I've got some potions. Yeah, no worries, no worries, I get it. Kind of like the idea. The infected buff is kind of badass, the way it slows down their attack speed. I need mushrooms. I should just scan them because I don't know where the hell I'm going and I've seen 0 mushrooms. Oop, wait. Pog. Fuck.
Everything looks good from here.
Hey, I discovered something crazy on the wiki, Damien. We were talking about it earlier. Misfits and I were going over it. There is apparently
Watch where you stick that nose,
a
Weevil.
trinket that's a rare drop from the infected plants that gives you a 75% damage reduction from explosions. And would like utterly trivialize 90% of the damage. I should say 75% of the damage from that fight. It would be absolutely bonkers useful for that fight. And once you have one, you can clone it, because that's a thing in this game. So we just need to get it to drop fucking once. And that fight's now going to be insanely easier. Of course, everyone on the Discord is like, just use the damage trinket, boost your damage. And I'm sure their answer is like, just get good, scrub. But, I don't know. Being able to reduce the explosion damage seems really fucking poggers. We did, late last night. Late last night, I kept Damien up for a long time doing attempt after attempt. Everyone was saying that it felt like we were fighting a Dark Souls boss. Have you fought the infected broodmother? Absolutely fucking wild. Great fight. Probably my favorite fight in the game now. But yeah, good lord. Oh yeah, there's a lot in the upper yard. Good lord.
Ooh, there's an orb weaver.
Do you have a preferred loadout for that fight, Nate? I think the thing I was the most hung up on was the trinket. And a lot of people just said use Giddy Goop, which is what I've been using. I think we then did an attempt where I was using like the plus frost trinket. But I'm probably the most malleable on trinkets, and honestly the 75% damage reduction just seems kind of too good to be true. Yo! Gold grub card. Nice. Do you use the two-hander or do you use what I've been using, the scimitar? I kind of want to try the mint mace. Either the mint mace or the broodmother club. I'm kind of curious how it hits. I don't really want to make a second broodmother club just to make it frosty, but could potentially do. I also know a super cheesy way to get the science we need too. Just quickly level it up. But that would mostly be to spare you guys. That would be just to spare you watching me like painstakingly grind out Black Widows for the next 2 hours.
Aphid on the move.
What the? Oh. It's like that, huh? Oh shit, there's a recovery on the staff. That's like the bow. It gives you a dead zone. Not fun.
Dante's surprisingly not terrible.
Huh. Well, that's given me something to think about because I've been using two-handers. I was just using this thing because everyone was like, "Oh, it's the best. Oh, it's the best. You got to use it." But now I kind of want to try the two-hander and see if it works. My sour two-hander definitely didn't do the
Taking a look around.
damage necessary. But hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Interesting.
Mint mace is always the first tier 3 weapon I make. What was the first tier 3 weapon I made? I think it was the tick sword. Oh. Yeah, the termite axe. The termite axe and the tick sword, probably. There was a minute in there where I was using the tick sword primarily just because I really liked the lifesteal. But it really doesn't hit that hard. Then I was like all crossbow all the time. By the way, I'm very disappointed in the crossbow's performance. I didn't see anything about it. But I'm positive the broodmother has ranged damage resistance. Although apparently you should use a ranged weapon as the infected broodmother is oh no, that's New Game Plus stuff. You'd think, honestly, you'd genuinely think that that she has ranged resistance because I went in with like 3 stacks full of frost bolts, fully upgraded crossbow. Just didn't do the damage. It just didn't do enough damage. She was out healing it. Which makes me feel like they really, I'm going the wrong way. They really don't balance ranged in this game very well. But it also could be one of those things where, like, I get it, you know? Like, if you can kite more effectively, it makes balance sense that it doesn't hit as hard as, like, a high-risk, high-reward two-handed weapon. Like, I get that. I get it. I get it. I just don't like it. Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment? I get it. I just don't like it. Do you go full, like, barbarian, Nate, for the fight? Or do you... I kind of feel like you'd want the block. I feel like I wouldn't go barbarian. I might go shocking dismissal. Like, maybe shocking dismissal, maybe damage reflect? Yeah. You're making me wonder. You're making me wonder. You're making me wonder. I, Damien, I think Damien said that the mint mace gets a bonus that the club doesn't. That as it upgrades, it actually gets the finale attack. If I ran termite armor, but I ran 2-piece fire ant for a higher chance of corrosion. Let's completely retool and try something new, because that's why we're here, right? We're just here to fuck around and find out. We're just here to fuck around and find out. So what if we went 2-piece fire ant just for the extra chance at corrosion? Do I have the parts I need to upgrade it? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Oh, fuck. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We'll go back out and look for some more grubs. Yippee. Oh yeah, we got grubs, we got grubs. Let's do one more to be safe. Cool. I honestly wouldn't mind clicking a little less. This weapon kind of tires my hand out. It's a good weapon, don't get me wrong, but stun speed versus You got me thinking now. Well, we got close. Maybe I don't want to fully upgrade a new weapon. Maybe I don't want to fully upgrade a new weapon, but I wouldn't mind switching out the helmet. Let's grab a few more grub hides. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Nice. I've got that. Do I have the potions I need? Possibly. 28? Barely. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Huzzah. All right, got the potions, got the bandages, need the grubs. I feel like I've got a pot belly with this armor. All right, grubs, where you at? Honestly, this might be my new, just like my new shovel. It's a little hard to use on something above, like I can't get gum with it. But I genuinely might just start using this because it hits through the ground at grubs. Assuming I can find said grubs. Look at that. Easy. It's the easiest grub harvest on the planet. Do you think Damien would hate it if I put a giant infected broodmother on the roof of our house? Would that be a deal breaker for you, Damien? If you're there? He'll find out the normal way. Don't tell him. Honestly, knowing me, I'll probably get scared of it early and get rid of it before he sees it.
Things to do and people to see.
Why, I'm so glad you asked. There is a, Okay, come on. You can get a trinket. You can actually get a trinket of, not a trinket. There's a statue. You can get a statue of every boss. Every creature, actually. And I think one of them improves your loot luck, and one of them improves your damage against it. I don't actually remember which is which. Pretty good for grub hides. Like IRL. No, like in the game. I don't remember which is which though. It's either stuffed. I can find out just from this. It takes the form of a stuffed right creation of a scarab. It can be placed on horizontal surfaces. Rubbing the stuffed scarab will provide the player with loot luck bonus against all passive creatures for 15 minutes. Okay, so it's the plaque that gives you bonus damage. Bug trophies, I believe, give you bonus damage. A temporary 20% damage boost. How long? Not sure. But that sounds worth it. Right? Infected Broodmother Trophy. The mount. Is a mount. 15 minutes. Damage bonus. Wait, it's a 20% damage bonus for a whole ass 15 minutes? That's worth it. Holy hell, that's worth it. That's actually insane. If you've ever played this game, I find myself doing the same thing I do in Apex sometimes, where like when you're searching for something that's really small, you sort of have to make your screen still in order to see where things are, because you have to, like, you want to watch for pixels that are moving. So you have to kind of like still your screen and just look around and see if you can catch the pixels moving of like the bug underground. I feel like I'm stalking my prey, like I'm a hunter.
Let's see what we can find.
See that? See the dirt? The dirt was moving right next to it. Yeah, right there. And there should be another one. It could be above, though. Or it might have moved on. The fact that I'm playing with music doesn't help the audio cues. But that's the sacrifice I have to make. It's important.
That's interesting.
Sometimes the vibe is worth being less efficient at the game. Oh. Now we're getting into the area where these could be larvae, but we're hoping for grubs. Nice. I will take some mushrooms. Need as many of these we can get our hands on. At the low cost of destroying the landscape, you too can easily get grubs. The low cost of fucking the only world you get to play in. And once it's a barren landscape, you'll always see where all the grubs are. In fact, nothing else will block your sight again. You'll be living in a desert. 15? God, I hope that's enough. Fast travel, maybe. Okay. So, in theory... God damn it. Are we using sleek for the other one? We are not. We are using sturdy. I need how much supreme plating? 2 and 4? Done and done. All right, 999. Let's put some grub on the Barbie. My meal is halfway cooked. I'm halfway cooked. We'll delete the others. We don't need the extra meat. We have the debuffs. Or sorry, the buffs. We have the potions. We've got the healing. We've got the bandages. We've got the new armor. I'm going to use my existing sword and shield. I think I'm going to use Giddy Goop. Possibly. I think. Maybe. Possibly. But our new secret weapon is going to be the mounted infected broodmother. Infected broodmother mount. Uses all the infested chunks we have. Better be worth it. Oh god, it's huge. Do I mount it like right on the fireplace? I think it's gonna stick up into the next floor if I do that. It might. Not that much, actually. It's hideous. Thanks, I hate it. In theory, that's gonna give us... Good lord. What am I doing with my life? All right. Well, here we go. Hate it. Thanks. Thank you. Great. Increases damage for 15 minutes. Let's make it count. That's actually huge. That's actually hilarious. That's actually huge.
Don't look down. Don't look down.
A 20% damage boost? Just for free? Pray for me. This motion sickness brought to you by Melazand. After we get the kill on the broodmother, we are going to reposition this to maybe be able to finally get past that dandelion. We'll see. And what else can we do? There's a few other things we could do in here. I really like the placement of where this lands, though. It's going to be a little work to get it to move, but that's why we're here. Here we go. So excited about this. All right. Food. Buff food.
It's pretty good.
Lots of potions. Hyper stamina first. Max health second.
Everything looks good from here.
And critical hit. Was that it? Did we have a damage one? I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's it. Whew. All right, wish me luck. Wish me luck. Shield up. Hey, asshole. Yeah, I know. Fuck you too. Phase one. I kind of wonder if instead of Parry Master, I should have, I kind of wonder if instead of Parry Master, I should be running, the shock one. I keep forgetting how big your goddamn jump is. Yeah. Okay, let me fucking see you, maybe. Oh! Wait, why would you break it? The guide said you can break it, but why would you break it? I gotta figure out where you can go to stand to get away from those bombs. Because everyone's like, oh yes, use a damage trinket, no problem, just use a damage trinket. Where are you going though to dodge the goddamn bombs? All right, phase 2 done. Phase 2 done. Gotta stay away from that pool, because that's where he gets life leech. That's the one place we can't fight. Hey, asshole!
That's not so bad.
Okay. Well, that sucked. Oh, well, that fucking was terrible.
Oh, this is not good. Please help!
That did not work the way it was supposed to. It kind of felt like I just got one-shotted. Woof. Well, I might not be ready. Can I do this whenever I want? Yes, okay, you can. Yeah, it might have been the water. Usually I feel like I'm able to withstand them, but it's possible that I just got unlucky.
I'd eat this normal. I don't have a death wish!
All right, well, I'm not going to go right back into the fight. I really want to find that trinket. It's a goddamn 1% drop, but I have half a mind to just go, like, continuously farm. Like, if I just, what if I put on my normal gear
Putting on some more armor.
and my normal weapon and my normal fucking loadout. Oh no! I was not using Blade Master. That's silly. That's part of why I died, because Blade Master specifically debuffs the damage of the boss. Oops. Oops. That certainly didn't help. I hear you, Persona 5. But part of me wants to go into game settings. Let's turn this back up all the way. Where is it? Resource respawn rate. You don't say. Okay, it's a 1% chance drop rate. I have been in this game for 267 in-game days. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm turning time of day rate all the way up. I'm turning resource respawn rate all the way up. And we're just gonna, like, live in here for a little bit, chopping down those fucking infected plants and see if we get lucky. We're basically looking for,
Get away from me.
where are they?
Let's see.
Those things. It's a 1% drop rate from any of, like... I don't think it drops from the ones that blow up. I think it just drops from those ones that regrow. Could seriously use some streamer loot luck. How are you guys on the Persona soundtrack? Is Persona music so good or no good for you guys? And I don't mean right now, I just mean like in general. Do you guys fuck with Persona music? Goated. Nah. Yo, 2XS, good to see ya. Persona 5 especially is a banger. I dig the Persona 5 music. I had to get back into it. I told you this, I think I told you this once, that my housemates played Persona and they moved really slow, so they were playing forever. They actually might not have moved slow. It might just be a really long game. They were playing it forever. And so anytime I was in the living room, I would hear the same fucking, like, lobby music. And man, did that get old. I could tell they were having a lot of fun with it, but I was like, just non-stop, the same fucking jazz music for months on end.
Another infected insect.
Longest JRPG game? I really miss our playthrough of Tales of Symphonia. Not a Persona game, obviously, but we were going through Tales of Symphonia for a long time before they got a little too busy with their work. And I never got to finish it, and I was really enjoying it. Well, it's a 1% drop chance. And you get about 3 per 1 that you break. So it's not horrible odds. It's honestly not terrible odds.
I have limits. Or
At least I thought I did.
What's on your...
this is a lot easier than lab.
I think that resources respawn in accordance with time of day. So I think by making the day fly by, as well as increasing the respawn rate to 5x, I think, well, 1, we're going to get hungry really quick. But 2, I think that'll mean we see a whole lot of resource spawns. So we'll get a lot of chances at that 1%.
Let's see what we can find.
I would very much like this trinket. I don't think I died to the explosion that time. I think I genuinely just died to him swinging at me. But, the insurance would be nice. Just need to make sure I keep inventory space. I also don't know if it drops as, like, an item, or if it drops as, like, a trinket. Because some of these trinkets, I'm pretty sure, like, they just look like a medallion. But other ones look like an actual item. I don't have space for all this dead food. I have faith. I believe it's going to happen. 4 job fiesta runs of Final Fantasy V are pretty fun, IMHO. 4 job fiesta runs. Tell me about that. What are job fiesta runs? So I've only ever played 2 Final Fantasy games. I have played 7, and I have played 1. I'm sorry, let me correct myself. I have played half of 7, and I've played 1. Let me correct myself again. I've played half of 7 and 90% of 1, but I never actually finished it because I got super fixated on that weird random dungeon towards the end where every time you go through a room, you go through a portal and it teleports you someplace random and it's really hard. And then I never went on to the end of the game because I was so fixated on getting that puzzle done and I couldn't do it. Does it just look like this? Does it look like something else? Who knows? Yeah, it sucked. It sucked and it was hard. I also remember in Final Fantasy VII, I spent like 1,000,000 years in Golden Saucer because I read that if you completed their little like battle arena challenge perfectly, you got like, I forget if it was a materia or a special move, but you learned some like incredible ability for Cloud. And I just lived in there forever trying to finish that goddamn arena. Let's just really quickly double check our source. It is fungal charm. That's what we're looking for. Fungal charm. And it's a 1% chance drop from haze fungus, which is this one. All right. I guess we'll just keep swinging. Where is the fungal growth?
Let's see what we can find.
Biggest thing I wish I could do in this game. The biggest missed opportunity in this game is the fact that I can't slide and swing. It's my favorite part of playing Darktide, is being able to slide and swing. The charge, too, but between the charge and the slide and swing, absolutely excellent. You aren't a kid in Darktide, though? You should see my veteran. No, my current main is not. My current main is a full-on adult. My veteran looks like a child. I don't know. I came up with something very weird for my veteran. You're not a 12-year-old middle schooler. Is that a selling point? I like the bugs. I don't know that the play as a middle schooler is like a selling point for me in the game. But you're right, you are not. You are not. If you're looking around for a game where you're like, man, I need to find a game where I get to play as a middle schooler. Can I do that in Darktide? Fuck, I can't. It's gonna be a deal breaker. I understand. Toddler version. For the Emperor! The Emperor's after-school program. You like come home and you bring mom and dad like your little like after school arts and crafts, and it's like a little board with a whole bunch of macaroni stuck to it. But then when you look closely, you realize it's actually like the fingers of heretics spray painted gold. This is my home now. I can take shelter from the rain. Come on, 1% drop. I believe in you. I believe you exist. I believe in the dream. Emperor's horrible parenting becoming dogma for the entire Imperium. Emperor as deadbeat dad. Look, when he said he wanted to try polyamory, I didn't know that that meant that we would have to have like 1 million of these bitches in here every day sacrificing themselves to keep him alive. Kind of a turnoff after the first night, not gonna lie. It's only like 1,000? It's like 1,000 people in there, like, sacrificing themselves, and he's like, yeah, but honey, you can go see other people if you want. It's okay. This is not what I signed up for.
Taking a look around. Infected larva.
Hoomst. Hey, asshole. Yeah, that's what I thought. Man, I would just spawn this shit in if I could. I would just spawn it in. I'm glad that we turned off the haze. I was really worried about the infected broodmother, but now that I have that fight down, I'm really glad that we did this. It makes traversing the map so much easier. God, and there's so many minerals that we never mined up just because they were a pain in the ass to get to. Look at all this. I really thought that we had like completely wiped the map out of resources.
Devour a Billy Hog right about now.
I could devour your Billy Hog right about now. And it's dark. You know, the 10x time is very jarring. It's a little jarring. Okay. All right, fuck you too. I guess once you get to like New Game +4 and you're fighting infected wolf spiders, it's probably a completely different animal. The Emperor requires more Billy Hogs every day. 1,000 Billy Hogs a day. Get out of here, fucking larva. Nobody loves you. The basic infected broodmother makes me cry. I don't know how I'm going to survive on New Game Plus. I don't know if I'm cut out for it. We'll see. I see people running that shit back on like New Game Plus 10 and they're somehow pulling it off. I guess at a certain point though, because of the infused weapons, you can put together some pretty crazy builds. I see a lot of videos of people farming, like, absolutely peak infused weapons that are, like, triple perfect rolls. I also heard that every single New Game Plus I found out has its own set of randomized molars you can go find. And so you're like severely nerfing yourself if you don't make sure you like go hunt down and collect every single one on every single difficulty level. After the first one, though, they're completely random. So people made these big maps of like the most likely places they appear. Oh! I don't suppose this will work. Yeah, okay. All right, let me get it in there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Bum, bum. Bum. Bum, bum. 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 God, I fought that big robot in Shinra in Final Fantasy VII riding down the elevator. And it was like the most epic fight ever. And I was absolutely positive that was the end of the game.
Let's see what we can find.
Escaping while the place, like, gets blown to high hell. Getting out of the city. You've finally taken down Shinra. You've finally gotten out from under the shield of, like, the upper shield from, like, Sector 7. And I'm like, that was a great game. That was a really good game. I'm glad I played it. And then the map opens up and you're on the open world. And I'm like, having never played a Final Fantasy game before. And I'm like, huh? It was like a small meal, but it was like a hearty meal. And I was ready for that to be done. I thought that was the whole last game. And I was satisfied. I wasn't even like, oh, it's a little short. I was fully satisfied with the Midgar arc of Final Fantasy VII if that had been the whole game. I was like, cool. Fun. I get it. I see why people like this game. How naive I was.
At least it's clean.
Ish. Hey, Time Winder, thank you. I will do that right now. I appreciate you.
So stupid.
Everything looks good from
Thank you.
here.
I'll do that right now. Time Winder comes in and is like, do everything right now! Right now, everything! Stretch while you drink! Ooh, thank you.
Oh, get away from me.
I wonder two things. I wonder if they're going to ante up, like if they're going to level up the severity of the fights. Like right now, the biggest things that we fight are the bosses, right? So you've got the spider, you've got the mantis, you've got the wasp queen. And the biggest boss, obviously, is probably the mantis is probably the, like, physically the biggest boss. Maybe the infected brood mother. But like, you know, they're big. And then you've got the things that like are forces of nature that you can't fight. You sort of either run from or you observe from afar. So that's the crow, that's the koi, and that's the oh, what's the last one? There's three. There's the bird. Oh, maybe there is just two. Is it just the bird and the koi? It might just be the bird and the koi. Okay. You know, and the koi will fuck you up, although it's pretty benign. It only goes for you if you're like right on top of it. And then there were a lot of people that were like, well, you know, when the game started, it almost kind of seems like they wanted you to go inside the house because you start with this swoop through of the interior of the house. And, you know, it looks like the game. Like you see like a candy on the table. You see ants on the table. Like it looks like a place you should be able to go. And so people are like, well, are you going to go into the house and like run from the house cat or something? But we never got to do any of that. So I wonder two things. I wonder like what are going to be the forces of nature in the park and Grounded 2. And like, yeah, I think a dog might be a really good one. I also wonder, like, obviously things like what are the bosses going to be, but I also wonder, are we going to be able to fight things bigger than bugs? You know, like, is there a world in which we can have the equivalent of like a Dark Souls fight, but against, yeah, like a lizard? Can that be a boss? Something that's like eclipses the current bosses in size, but it's like a very mechanics-driven fight where there's like some way to fight it. I saw people, there was a snail in the trailer and people are like, are you going to get to fight the snail? I wonder. A kid with a magnifying glass. Honestly, that would be crazy. If it wasn't always there, but if like once in a while, kid with magnifying glass would show up and you'd have to take cover and stay out of the light.
Taking a look around.
That could be very fun. It's really hard to see the shit that drops from these. I need something that like highlights the loot. Why do I feel like I'm listening to that Odyssey musical? This is a decent farm. At these settings, I kind of feel like I can just circle this area and not have to go looking too far, which is nice. Got a gold card for me? If you're gonna blow up in my face, you may as well give me a gold card.
Another infected insect.
I think they've either showcased a bunch of the armor or they've somehow leaked a bunch of the armor. Because I did see people were putting up content videos that showed you like kind of like what the gear was going to look like, and that was pretty cool. They look decent. Like the sets look fun. I need like a straight up stealth build. I need like dual wield daggers, some sort of stealth based armor, and like the ability to like throw down sand or something to create like a smoke bomb that hides you. like a set bonus that reduces mob aggro based on visibility, and like you literally can throw down pocket sand to like make yourself invisible. Get backstab bonuses on the boss. I miss my rogue so much, dude. I fell in love. I just loved tanking too much in games like WoW. But I miss the hell out of my rogue. I had so much fun for the really brief amount of time that I was playing the Old Republic, because you could actually be a Sith assassin like Darth Maul style, and you had a WoW style permanent stealth, but you also were a tank. Those are like the two things I want. I want that permanent stealth. And it's not even for combat. It's not even a combat thing. Because I know some games, like, there were a lot of MMOs since WoW that sort of were like, okay, so the perma-stealth thing feels overpowered. So, you know, like, stealth will be like an on-demand ability. It'll last 6 seconds. So it's used for, like, openers, or you'll get, like, a vanish mid-fight. But, like, I genuinely just used it for people watching. Like, introvert me would use it for people watching. I would just, like, stealth and sit up on top of a lamppost and just watch other players, knowing that they didn't know I was there. And I thought that was very fun. I thought it was cute. That's not creepy at all. Thank you. Hee hee hee. I remember once when I was playing Horde, I somehow got past the guards, and I snuck into the Goldshire Inn, and there was some big roleplay event going on in there. There was, like, Nate, like, at least one of our friends was there, and there was, like, another 30 people in there, like, in the main area of the tavern, and I managed to find a way to sneak my way in. I think it was one of those things where, like, I got caught by the guards, I ran in, I, like, vanished and went upstairs, and then re-stealthed my way back down from upstairs, managed to, like, go over the banister of the staircase, get up on top of one of the bookcases, and sit down. And I managed to be in an area where, with like 30 players in this goddamn inn, I was fully out of visibility of everybody. So there I am, just like a Horde player, a fucking blood elf, sitting on top of the bookshelf. Couldn't understand what anyone was saying, because they were all just going like burr, 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 whatever the fuck Alliance players say when you're Horde. But none of them knew I was there. 30 fucking people in a confined space, and I was in like the one spot in the room that none of them could see me. It was great. It was so great. I don't know why that gives me so much joy, and I miss that. But it's one of those things where, like, my love of tanking supersedes my love of, because that's the gameplay loop, you know? My love of tanking supersedes my love of the stealth button. And I know they did like a season of Discovery where they actually put a tank spec in for Rogue, and I never tried it. I wasn't playing the game, but when Rose, who many of you know, who's part of this community, told me that they did that, I was like, fuck. They gotta iron out those kinks. They gotta put that in the game. I want that. Give me that swashbuckling evasion tank. Find some way to balance that shit out. I'd be back in a heartbeat, and I promise I'd stick around at least a week. At least a week. I'm down with that. I could do parry. Honestly, when they revamped, and this was like, 100 years ago, but when they revamped the combat spec into like a swashbuckling piratey thing, I kind of thought that they were going to go in the direction of giving it a tank spec. Because when they said swashbuckling, I'm immediately thinking of like the Princess Bride and like people fencing with swords. And I'm like, well, that's tanking, kind of. Sort of. Tanking, a little. I see the vision. It was only flavor. Yeah, it was only flavor. Alas. Alack. The Blood Elf female was the only race that had a good in stealth. Yeah, they cooked when they put the Blood Elf female in, because like it's the only race that actually drops down and is like on all fours, or at least like on 3, right? Like crouching with one hand down and their weapon out or something. Or at least they had like maybe like a handout and to the ready. It was great. It was a great animation. Hey, asshole.
Taking a look around.
Did I miss you? Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry for you. This was such a bad day for you. You got stuck on the terrain. You weren't going to win anyway, but you had no chance when you got caught on that rock like that. Poor baby. Everyone else just barely crouched down. Yeah. 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 I played Gnome Rogue for a tiny little bit. My guild note used to be something like tiny daggers made for ankles, I think was my guild note. Man, I was so proud of myself when I went Alliance and I was playing Rogue because it was like the last week of Pandaria, and they did a really I'm gonna say controversial. I actually don't know how many players cared, so don't quote me on this. But they did like a semi-controversial move, and they put in these heirloom weapons that dropped off of the final boss, Garrosh Hellscream, voiced by Patrick Seitz, who I now know, which is kind of freaky, considering I wasn't even a working actor when I played that expansion. Life is strange. And he dropped these heirloom weapons that were modeled after the Horde High Warlord PvP weapons, but they were like, they had like glow ups. They were like shinier. They were higher polygon, higher pixel count or whatever. I don't know if they ever did that for Alliance. I'm pretty sure they just stiffed the Horde players. But when I got them on Horde originally, it was like, okay, whatever. Oh, cool. They're like upgraded High Warlord weapons. When I PvP'd, I never got to Grand Marshal. And by the way, and Nate was here for this, I had some interpersonal issues with the people that we played with. But looking back, I kind of regret not pushing harder. I got to the rank I wanted at the time. I wasn't denied the rank I was going for. I got exactly to the rank back in the old school PvP battleground system. I got exactly to the rank I wanted. But looking back, I wish I'd pushed further. And of course, now it's impossible. But, so, when I was like a Horde player, it's like, oh, cool, they're high warlord weapons. That's neat. I never got to be Grand Marshal on Alliance. So obviously I never got to be High Warlord on Horde. Like, that's cool. Whatever. It's like a shinier version. It doesn't have the prestige of it being like the official weapon. But, it's the aesthetic. It's the concept. Sweet. When I swapped to Alliance, and suddenly I was a rogue running around with like what were, for all intents and purposes, High Warlord daggers. Suddenly that just had so much power. Like that was so evocative to me. Like it was the idea that like I had picked these daggers off the body of a high-ranking Horde rogue, and they were now like my trophy weapons. I thought that was so fucking cool. And I had the two-handed axe too. So as a Death Knight, I got to also do it. But once I went tank on, once I got tank, I went tank on Monk, and I had tank on Warrior, and I had nothing, so I couldn't do it anymore. I had to find new weapons. I thought that was so cool when I was on Rogue, very briefly. And they're also like genuinely, this could be a matter of preference, because if you know me, if you've watched me play long enough, you know that I don't really fuck with like super gaudy armor sets, super gaudy weapons. It's the reason like most of the armor sets in Monster Hunter don't really do anything for me. And the reason why like I struggle to find aesthetics that I like when I play a lot of games is because I kind of want to look tactical. Like I want to look like I'm geared up smartly instead of like to be flashy. And obviously like in a lot of MMOs, the higher content you do, they kind of want the gear to look super gaudy because you're peacocking for other players a little bit. They want it to be like super cool looking. It's never been me. So why was I sharing this? Sorry, my brain is malfunctioning for a second. Why was I sharing that? So this might be a point of disagreement among players, but I loved the Horde High Warlord daggers so much because they weren't super gaudy. They were these really cool twisty blades, but they were like relatively simple. They had a cool polished skull on the pommel. They were a really straightforward knife that just looked wicked sharp. It was perfect. It was like they were made for me. I've never liked any other daggers as much as I liked those daggers. Nice.
I'll start working on my acceptance speech.
Of course, now if you see me, by the way, I found out, I went back and I tried it for a few weeks in like, I want to say February or January. Longtime WoW players can probably relate to this. Guess who went back recently to like look at the character screen to remind herself like what servers she had her characters on because it came up in a conversation on Discord.
Look around.
Only to find out I'd somehow like not unchecked resubscribe every fucking 3 months and I've just been paying them for the last half a year without realizing it. I'm like a living Rocket Money ad. Played the game for like 2 weeks, been paying them for 6 months. Nice job, Mel.
Infected larva.
I could go show you right now, but I'm very happy with my current look because I race swapped to Mechanome when they came out. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. Apparently, I might have been the only person that thought it was the coolest thing in the world. Because now when I log on, I'm like one of 6 players that actually play Mechanome. I think everyone else didn't care. It's really funny. You log on, there's like 300 people on the server playing Night Elves. There's like 150 to 200 people playing Dwarves, 200 people playing Humans. There's like 6 of us playing Mechanome. And it's savage. Like I go on Reddit and people will be like, hey, can we get more cosmetic options for Mechanomes? We can't even use the proper gnome, like the normal gnome hairstyles. And then they put on their glasses and they're like, actually, you know, a Mechanome has the same physiology by and large as regular gnomes. And if they're going back to Alliance cities and they're going into a barber shop, those barbers would have, you know, a lot of experience cutting gnomish hairstyles. So there's no reason that a Mechanome wouldn't be able to go in there and get a standard gnomish haircut. And, like, the first response on the Reddit thread is like, yeah, you think Blizzard's gonna put money into putting more cosmetic options out there for you and your 2 friends? It's like a savage reply. It's like, okay, fair. But I went full ham on the styles. So they give you the classic like mechanical. Yo, if we ever play Cav, you're rolling a Worgen. I'm already Alliance on my Mechanome. We're playing together. I will tank for you. I will be your shield. Although actually, I guess I'll technically be your fist because I play Monk. Oh yeah, I'm a complete consumer whore when it comes to that. I'll switch to a server and I'm like, well, I have to switch to a server and then I have to pay them. Look, I'm not modeling good behavior right now, okay? Do as I say, do not do as I do under any circumstances. Your wallet will cry. I will like switch servers and then I'll be like, oh fuck, but I already have Melizand on this server. So I'll either like name change or pay for a character transfer to move that Melizand to a different server. So I can then give the name Melizand to my main. And then I like race swap and then I faction swap. And by the time I'm done, I'm planning on playing for like 2 weeks and I've given them $100. And then I'm eating ramen again for the next like 2 months. Yeah, don't be me. Don't be me. Part of the problem. Yeah. Yeah. What is that term from? Was that a guild on our old server? Or was that from like a comic or something? I know that phrase like just from common parlance, but I swear I know that phrase from like my gaming experience. It was a guild on our old server. I remember that. God damn. What a fucking throwback. Before you got here, I told them the story that we were talking about in DMs earlier, Nate, about how I had a throwback as it immediately like name dropped all of the old guilds from my server. I was like, just literally hurled me back in time thanks to ChatGPT today. I was like this old man in a rowboat going like, I remember. It was so long ago. I was like a different person back then. Almost completely, actually, literally. I'm really grateful for the friends that I made on that server. You know, it's one of the, you mellow out when you get older. And, since I'm like, a crisp old age of 873, you get some perspective. I was bad at making friends back then. And I was really good at fucking up friendships back then. And I don't think that I was ever like a caustic person, but I was a very defiant person. I was not good at falling in line. I was not good at respecting chain of command. And a lot of those games really like, it was like Babby's first foray into the job market. Because I feel like a lot of people, fuck you. No, I'll tell that story. I will tell that story. Not yet though. A lot of people I find out later, like ended up working as managers in retail stores and restaurants, or they started businesses. And like you talk to them about their gaming history and they'll tell you that they led guilds, they led raids, and that was like their first foray into like management. Before any of us had fucking jobs.
People to see.
Hey, Nightmare King. How are ya? The spyglass incident was actually a really funny story because it's kind of an exercise in like a complete breakdown of everyone's ability to like, it was like a complete breakdown in like interpersonal like relationship management on every level from like everyone involved. I was good friends with a guy back in the day who was credit where credit is due, and I think we can all agree. Like, despite you can be two things at once. It was a man who was an incredibly talented and respected PvP leader for Battlegrounds. But also an incredibly arrogant person. And there was a moment back then when, so he and I started out as friends, and I think like I got him into my raid and he pulled me onto his PvP team, if I remember correctly. I could be making that up. And then we started to clash because, back in the day, like World of Warcraft, like a lot of games like that, they like, if you're PvE raiding, you've got the Holy Trinity, you've got DPS, you've got healers, you've got tanks. You need people playing those roles. And the game wasn't super well balanced back then, so there were specs that were just like plain not good. And when I played that game, and some of you will know exactly where I'm going with this before I get there, I rolled a paladin because I loved paladins from my early days role-playing in Dungeons & Dragons. And in Dungeons & Dragons, I mean, okay, listen, you can build a healer in Dungeons & Dragons, but like, the way that I played with my friends, my paladin was a force of nature. A master of justice, fucking cleaved her way through fucking everything. And it was really fun to like smite evil and save the day. And so when I jumped into my first MMO, World of Warcraft, I was like, oh, cool, there's a paladin. Sweet. And so you could pick one of 3 specs. You could pick the Holy spec, which was a pure healer. You could pick the Protection spec, which was framed as a tank, but was completely incapable at doing that when the game launched, despite some people's belief that it could do it. And you had Retribution, which was essentially what I played as a kid in Dungeons & Dragons. It was the paladin that runs in with a sword and fucks shit up. Again, though, not very well balanced and was not very good at it. But it was fun, you know? And like, you know, when you're doing low stakes gameplay, you're going through dungeons, like it doesn't matter. As long as you get the dungeon done, everyone has fun, it's fine. Not very good is an understatement. I became, I will say this, to pat myself on the back, I became very good at squeezing every possible ounce of damage out of a very undertuned class. And I was never like great, obviously, but I used to do better than one would expect a paladin to do in raids. But still, by and large, like if you're min-maxing, if you're trying to like squeeze every inch of damage you can out of your raid as a whole from a leadership perspective, you know, I'm underperforming, period, on paper. And I remember once I was in this, this is not the story I'm going into, but like a perfect case in point of like expectations versus reality is I remember once I was in the raid and I was doing like Retribution. I was like a damage dealing paladin, just like I did in Dungeons and Dragons as a kid. And I remember once the raid leader sending me a private message and saying, so let me back up for a second. I think from their perspective, they just assumed that when they recruited a paladin, of course they would get a healer, because healing was the best thing paladins did and they were good at it, but it was also like the only thing they were viable at. So like from their perspective, if I like turn the table around, they probably didn't have a reason to think I wouldn't be a healer, because it's kind of just what paladins did. And so next thing you know, we're in this raid and they recruited me assuming I'd be healing, and they turn around and I'm swinging a big fuck you sword doing mediocre damage. And I remember them sending me a private message and saying, hey, Mel, why are you... I do, yeah. Also a good rep pally. Hey, Mel, why are you in DPS spec? Like, why are you swinging a 2-handed sword and not healing? And I shit you not, I responded to the private message by saying, because I'm a paladin. I had my D&D experience so baked into me that they're like, why are you DPS? And I'm like, because I'm a paladin. Wrong answer. They benched me immediately. And I eventually came around. I was in the server first kill of arguably one of the hardest bosses that ever hit the game before it was balanced down. And I was a full healer. Like, I caved, you know, I conformed. But, so getting back to this PvP team and this friend of mine, this arrogant, brilliant PvP leader. He played Shadow Priest. And from a PvE perspective, I'm not talking PvP, from a PvE perspective, again, you're a priest, you should be healing. That's kind of was the expectation. You were sort of like a black sheep if you were a hybrid that was not doing like your main expected role. And so this person and I would clash constantly because, you know, he would get upset that I wasn't doing damage. Or sorry. He would get upset that I wasn't healing. And I would be like, yo, Pot, I'm Kettle. You're a fucking priest that's not healing either. You're doing damage. And he'd be like, but I'm the leader of this group. And I'm like, okay, fine, fuck you. But like, and so we clashed on that constantly. And the straw that broke the camel's back, we had a long run. A lot of you might not remember this. Some of you might, but we did Battleground PvP for a long time in vanilla, and like we did it for probably months together. And we had a good group. We had a great group. In fact, I would argue we became the best group on the server for quite some time. We still clashed, but we made it work, you know? Like it was always a point of tension. Yeah, it was a point of tension, but we made it work, and we arguably like worked our way up from nothing and became like the best PvP group on the server. But it was always tense between the two of us. And the straw that broke the camel's back, and it didn't even have anything to do with not being a healer. We were in a battleground one day, and it was the Arathi Basin battleground. And for those that are confused, it's essentially a zone capture. You've got 5 zones, and if you stay at that zone long enough, you capture the flag at that zone, you capture it, you hold it. And the more points you hold, the more zones you hold, the more points you get. And so the goal is to capture bare minimum 3 of the 5 points so that you're gaining points. I'm realizing as I'm telling this story that I'm saying the word points to mean 2 different things a lot, and that could get confusing. So from now on, I'm going to say zones and points. Your goal is to capture 3 of the 5 zones so that you have more zones than the enemy team, and you'll hit the finish line first. You will hit, like, you know, the threshold that wins you the match. So we get out there. I go to the first point that's close, the first zone, that's closest to the spawn point for our team. And I'm holding it. I'm on defense. And when you're playing these maps, it can be very touch and go sometimes. So depending on where the fighting is going, if you're on defense, if you're not one of the people that's like pushing to capture points, and if you're not one of the people that's like swinging to defend points, because usually like, you know, you'll have someone sitting on defense, but it's never enough if they like send half their team after you. So like you'll usually have like people who are permanently on defense and their job is to scout and obviously defend. And then you'll have people that'll swing over to help support to push back the enemy team. And it can be really touch and go because, like, you know, if combat's happening in other zones, you might be sitting around doing nothing for like 5 minutes at a time, you know, picking your butt, picking your teeth, getting bored. And so there's this item in the game called the something spyglass. I forget what it's called. Is it just the spyglass? I thought it was the something spyglass. And when you use it, it zooms in so you can see further away. And ornate, thank you, is the ornate spyglass. Zooms in so you can get further away. And, you know, I'd been sitting there for like 5 minutes, bored out of my mind. And so I started using the spyglass to see if I could see the enemy team. And like, kind of just like, I was just fucking around, you know? And while I'm looking through the spyglass, it essentially gives you like complete tunnel vision. It'll zoom you in, like it's almost like you like clicked and dragged in Photoshop. So you can't see fuck all what's going on around you. Do you see where this misfits? I know Gold Elder Dragon knows, but do the rest of you see where this is going? I'm tunnel vision down the spyglass. And a member of the enemy team runs up and literally just caps our zone out from under me because I'm tunnel visioned looking through the spyglass. Like he shows up next to me like fucking Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd. What's up, docs me, and just like caps the flag while I'm not looking. And it was one match. At the end of the day, like if you're adults, that shit shouldn't matter. But it started like a nuclear level fight where I was not nearly apologetic enough, and our leader was not nearly understanding enough, and I basically never played with them again. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. And then also to the detriment, I'm not going to say it ruined any friendships, but to my eternal tension, it became an in-joke that I was teased about a lot. And it should totally be like, it's like a completely valid thing to rib your friend about until the end of time. It's the kind of thing that like, you know, you'd tell that story over drinks at a bar and everyone laughs and I tell you to shut the fuck up and we all move on in life. But because it was also tied to me like getting kicked out of a team that I kind of thought of as like my home, oh man, it was such a sore spot for me. I was never a good sport about that joke. really, really good team, though. And I remember back in the day when we first started, we were getting our asses handed to us left, right, and center. Every time we went out there, we got our asses kicked. And to his credit, I think eventually his standards raised and he became a bit more of an asshole. But to his credit, when we were first starting, man had the most calm, like, big picture perspective of, like, anyone I ever played with. He would be like, we're not trying to win, guys. We're just trying to, like, learn. He's like, let's see if we can hold 1 point. And if we can hold 1 point and not get completely swept, we'll see if we can hold 2. And we would lose, and he would be like, listen, it's okay that we lost. We held 2 points successfully. That's better than we were doing last week. We learned something. We're getting better. Be patient. It was wild to look at, like, the same person, like, a few years later, because he definitely, like, got used to winning and became a much less tolerant person. But I still remember, like, literally, credit where credit is due. You remember those people. It's kind of like, you know, if you ever raided, like, I remember the raid leaders that had their shit together, that, like, knew how to explain a fight, that were always calm, that didn't panic, that didn't yell at people, that weren't, like, the spitting image of that fucking, if anyone knows, like, that old, like, the Anixia raid meme from way back in the day. We're talking, like, ancient, like rancid, decayed World of Warcraft, like, machinima. Many whelps left side handle it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know, you remember the raid leaders that defy that expectation. And, like, I've had, even in some of the worst raiding guilds I'd been in, and by worst, I mean, like, the most successful, hardcore, driven, competitive raids full of assholes that dropped fucking slurs left and right and were, like, dicks to everybody.
Hello, Power.
Even in that guild, the raid leader was, like, one of the coolest guys I'd ever met. And was, like, endlessly patient, endlessly calm and collected, had, like, this, like, really top-down, like, bird's-eye view way of leading. And I thought and I thought was so fucking cool. And, you know, part of that is also, you realize, like, you know, if it's your first MMO experience, it's also your first, I'm, like, telling, like, an hour-long story. By the way, when we talked earlier tonight about streaming and the ability, like, to, like, teach yourself to learn to yap about anything, this is that skill set. This is one of the things you can learn as a prospective streamer. Although now that I've said that, I forgot what I was about to say. Fuck. Wait, where was I going with that? Oh. When you, too much caffeine. When you are in your first MMO experience and your first online experience, and I think that this is something that happened more often, you know, 700 years ago when I was younger, than happens these days now that people have so much exposure to social media. I think now that people are sort of living on fucking, like, Blue Sky and Twitter and stuff, it's less of an anomaly. But, you know, that would be your very first experience, potentially, not necessarily, but potentially, interacting with tons of people that are nowhere near your age. And you wouldn't know. You might be gaming and you're, like, fucking 14 years old. And you're like, oh my God, our raid leader is so calm and so collected and, like, so smart and, like, and really good at, like, breaking down and, like, creating diagrams. And that's because he's 38! And you're 14! And you don't know how old this fucker is. Of course he's calm and collected and mellow. He's, like, 20 years older than you. For all you know? That's part of it, probably. And there's nothing wrong with that either. But, you know, it's interesting because I have had, like, meetups where, you know, I remember being in a guild a few years later where I found out that they did a meetup every year at a Renaissance fair in, like, up in the, you know, in New England, like upstate New York or Massachusetts or something. And that can be an eye-opener. It's the kind of stuff that, like, by today's standards, I feel like a lot of parents would freak out about. But, you know, you go there and you're like, oh, I'm, 21 and there's like a 28-year-old here and a 35-year-old here and a 55-year-old here and a 57-year-old here and like a 17-year-old here. And we're hanging out together as like the weirdest fucking group of people to ever get together and hug each other. You know? And I think there's a lot of value in that. I think that you can never be too careful, you know? You can never be too careful. And so I understand the fear around that, but, and this is where I start to sound like a fucking hippie on a commune, but like, there is definitely value. If you're in a safe environment, there's a lot of value in like a mixed age learning environment. And when it's done right, it's one of those things where like all it takes is one fucking incident for like the whole thing to ruin itself. When it's done right, it can be really amazing. I've been parts of like summer camps and stuff like that. I used to teach an intern at a summer camp that did mixed age learning, where you'd have people like ranging literally from age 5 to 15, all ages, 5 through 15, like together learning, doing activities from like arts and crafts to choir to like putting on plays. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's so not a thing that happens these days. It's so not a thing that feels like it ever happens anymore. But when it does, like it's wild. It's wild. And, you know, in many ways, WoW created that experience for a lot of people. WoW is the boomer MMO now, so probably no 14-year-olds in the raid. Yeah, maybe. I was kind of eager to get back into it. I was talking to Vexoria the Sun Eater, and when I found out that she played, I got really excited. I got back in for a little bit, but we never ended up connecting. I was very surprised to find out that there are quite a few VTubers that play World of Warcraft now and again. It's neat. It's cool on paper. You know, like I haven't run into any of them. I haven't had the opportunity to like do anything with them, but like knowing that there's like still communities being formed there. Because I miss that a little bit. You know, like I miss a lot of games like are, you know, they're either 4-player games like Darktide or, you know, I know Final Fantasy is probably the biggest one out there right now. There aren't a lot of games where it feels like you could potentially build a full community. And as the technology has changed and things have shifted to Discord, you run into fewer and fewer people just talking in public chat. You might run into it on role-playing servers, but there are fewer and fewer people just talking in public chat. There's less of an opportunity for you to like meet someone sitting around in a city and make friends for life. And you guys have talked to me about that. I know like as a community, because I know we have a lot of introverts in here. I'm one of them. I know that there have been cases where people have been like, you know, I want to do things with people in Destiny. I want to do things with people in Apex. And, you know, I don't know where to meet people. And there's a Discord server, but like it's flying a mile a minute and I say hi and no one says hi back. And it's really fucking weird and, you know, impersonal. I think it still happens sometimes, but it's something that is less common, and I definitely miss that about games like that. It's cool when it happens. It's really cool when it happens. I mean, I met a whole new group of friends in Classic WoW. It's not impossible, but you're right. You got to kind of try to make it happen in some fashion. Yeah, I mean, maybe the raids, especially in Classic WoW, because you like end up with 40 people together. But it does feel like you have to kind of make it happen now more than you used to.
Stay away.
I mean, shit, a lot of people back in the day in World of Warcraft, you kind of just met doing stuff. You know, you do one strike together. But because you were leveling up and because the leveling experience took fucking you know, weeks to months instead of like 2 days. The old heads, the real old heads, remember that leveling up in World of Warcraft when it first launched was a long ass affair. Like there was like, I want to say it was like legit months if you had like a healthy game life balance. Especially as a ret paladin. Fair. Can I tell you something though? And by the way, Aided Placebo, have a wonderful rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Can I tell you something? The tradition lives on, not because of retribution now, but because I'm a career tank, and I'm that asshole that levels up and tanks back. So I've never quite escaped that. They're like, just do it as arms. It's so much easier. I'm like, nah, I gotta get the rotation down. Some things you can't fix. You know what's fun? I haven't played a lot. I haven't played Classic WoW since I gotta drop off my stuff, so we're gonna take a little vacation. I haven't played Classic WoW since the first drop. I was kind of confused with Classic WoW. Like, I know for a long time, because I played retail for a long time, I know for a long time people were really pushing, like, I miss the old days, I miss the old days. Like, I want to go back to, like, classic, original, vanilla WoW experience. And I never needed that in my life, but I respected it, if that makes any sense. So eventually when it dropped, I'm like, okay, they gave the people what they want, cool. Oh.
There's a fight starting here.
Oh boy. Fuck, hang on a second. Yeah, unless it's gonna be infected gnats, nothing can get to me, but I should probably go out there and meet them anyway in case an infected wolf spider comes and leaps at my base. All right, let's, I'll put this sword away too. I don't need this shit. I'm not going after the boss again for a good minute. All right, let's go out. Time for Fight Club. I'll finish that thought in a second. They tend to come from here. So if I go stand over there, I can at least curtail their approach to the base in case of wolf spider. I remember leveling as Prot Pally Dwarf. My god, it was terrible. Yo, what's up, Misfit? Tag the Yordle. Welcome to my chat. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Yeah, Prot was in the same boat. And I'll tell you something. I can think of at least one person who was as vehemently passionate about playing Prot Paladin as I was about playing Ret Paladin. Uh-huh. All right, where is this raid?
Let's see what we can find.
Where? Is it you? It's you. Okay, we got some time. We got enough time to farm. Don't worry about it, we'll be fine. We got plenty of time to not get the 1% drop. How are we doing? God, they are slow. Oh, really? You just gave up? Okay. All right, whatever. But yeah, what I was saying is, so I'm kind of being a little judgy right now, so I apologize in advance. But I never heard anybody. Okay, I want to be completely fair. Some people were nostalgic about Wrath of the Lich King, but for the most part, But I didn't hear a lot of people saying like, I want to go back and play it exactly as is. They were, you know, it would usually be the nostalgia of like, man, Wrath was the best expansion. But I knew a lot of people that were like, I want to go back and play vanilla WoW exactly as it was at launch. So eventually they dropped Classic WoW. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll try it out. And then they dropped TBC Classic. And I remember thinking, did anybody ask for this? And by the time it dropped, a lot of people were excited about it. They were like, no, it was great because it was the original arena. And I'm sitting there like, I've played this game a long time and I'm not doubting that you're excited now that it's here. I totally get that. I get it. But I don't remember many people asking for it. And I'm sitting here like, okay, we're going to then do Wrath. Is anyone going to be excited when they drop Cataclysm Classic? Let's be real. But they've kept it going. Maybe in another 10 years, they'll drop WoW Classic again. And then we'll have like retail 10 years ago, 10 years before that. And you can just load up whichever era you want to live in. Yeah. Yeah, although it was the beginning of Rhett actually being halfway worth a damn, which was nice. And now it's great. At least well, I can't speak for now. When I left, it was great. But you know, it's fun. I got to go back and like, you know how like, there's like a meme about like, man, I wish I could go back and like redo high school. Some people were like, oh, I fucking hated it. But some people are like, I wish I could redo high school. I wish I could, you know, get to a certain age in life and then try again. That was me when WoW Classic came out because your girl rolled up a prot pally. A prot warrior. That would be funny, prot pally. Your girl rolled up a prot warrior. And not only was I everyone's best friend, I tanked for everyone's dungeons. I ended up main tank, like first string main tank in the Molten Core raid that I was in. I made money. I made bank too. I advertised tanking services because like back then everyone had to find a way to make money, and some people like the mages would all go up to one of the plague lands and they would just like farm rune cloth and sell rune cloth. I couldn't do that as a prot warrior. So I sold tanking services. And so I would regularly spam general chat with like selling tanking services. And I had rules behind it. And the rules were like, for this price, I will pass on everything. No, for this price, I will greed everything and I will need nothing. For this slightly higher price, I will pass on absolutely everything. And I think I had like one caveat rule, like if Iron Foe drops in Blackrock Depths, and for those that are confused, it was an extremely rare one-handed weapon that was coveted. I had like a non-negotiable term of my contract of like, if Iron Foe drops in Blackrock Depths, I am entitled to it. Or I think I said I can at least roll need on it. And I made bank doing that. And every once in a while, someone would DM me and would be like, that's so fucking greedy. And I'd be like, okay. Because 2 seconds later, someone would hire me. I was constantly in business as a tank for hire in WoW Classic. Like, I'm not even being hyperbolic. I was like constantly in business as a tank for hire in WoW Classic. And I main tanked for a Molten Core raiding guild. I got the first binding. It was like reliving high school, but getting to be one of the cool kids. And then I started to burn out. And I still feel really guilty about this, but I feel better than if I had fucked them over completely. I started to burn out and I still didn't have my second binding and it was starting to weigh on me a lot. And I was so terrified the other binding would drop because like, you know when you're starting to burn out on something and you kind of feel like you're clocking into it instead of just playing it for fun. And so I'm like, shit. I know deep down I only have a handful of weeks here before I'm like, I can't do this anymore. So I was still turning up for the raids. I was, doing my job. I was good at it. I was leading the raid. I was one of the co-leaders. I was one of the tank, and I'm doing my job. I'm doing good. And Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm probably only going to be here for a few weeks, and I'm kind of dreading, like, how I'm going to broach that topic because, you know, if you're, like, the main tank in the raid, you get priority on a lot of shit, and it's not lost on me as an adult that, like, if I step away, I'm taking a lot of value with me, and I kind of hate that I'm taking that away from them because they've given me a lot of priority access to stuff, and like, it's just going to be gone, deleted from their raid, and I'm stressing out about this. One of my last weeks, we're doing the raid. The second binding drops. And this is for Thunder Fury, which is like, if you haven't played Classic WoW, if you haven't played WoW at all, legendary weapons, super, super powerful. Decently powerful, but like super, super, super coveted. Best tank weapon, yeah, by far, because of the debuff, right? The second binding drops. The second binding drops. And everybody in the raid starts going like, yo, second binding, it's the other one. Yo, Gratz Mel, Gratz Mel, Gratz Mel, Gratz Mel. Yo, Mel's getting Thunder Fury. Yo, Mel got her second binding. Let's fucking go. Someone's like, oh man, now I can finally get mine. Let's go. Mel's got the second binding. Gratz Mel. I go, wait! Not even making this up. I scream on Discord. I'm like, wait! They're like, what's wrong? I'm like, I'm burning out, guys. Do not give that to me. I know. And it means the world to me that you're literally just going to give it to me because I was first in line. And as someone who came up Retribution and had 5 friends in the original retail, it means the world to me that you guys think so highly of me and that you're also defaulting the first fucking legendary to me. Do not give it to me. Give it to him. Give it to second string. Give it to my co-tank. I'm not going to be here long enough. I'm not leaving now, but I'm not going to be here long enough, and I cannot do that to you. So I still don't have it. I think I have it on one of my, I went back on a high level character and I got it when it doesn't matter anymore. But it is, I think about that though. There's a world in which I could have been one of the only warriors on the server for a minute with a fucking Thunder Fury. But it wasn't having fun anymore. I wasn't having fun anymore. And that's kind of one of the problems I think with 40-man raiding in general. Because you're trying to gear everybody up. You've got a point system. You got to come up with a fair way to distribute loot, whether it's loot council or DKP. And you want everyone to get their value. So at a certain point, you're just doing homework. You're clocking in. You don't need anything, especially as the tank. You don't need anything there. You haven't needed anything from the raid in 2.5 months. And you're just showing up because you're trying to put in your dues, do your due diligence to gear out the rest of your team. You're losing your mind because there's literally nothing for you here. At a certain point, it sounds like doing Eve spreadsheets. And I think also part of it is, it's the people you're with. And I liked these people, but it wasn't the same as when I first played it. We were together as a coalition of people that were doing this gig together. We weren't really hanging out outside of that. We showed up for that. We showed up for meetings because there were meetings. It's your fucking job. But we weren't hanging out outside of that. So it was still sort of missing that integral thing that makes it so special of feeling you're really part of a community of people that enjoy spending time together and want to hang out in person at some point and, share life experiences with each other. Gold Elder Dragon's a perfect example because we've hung out, albeit for a very short amount of time, but I was driving through, their neighborhood and we got sandwiches together. That's important. That means a lot to me. That's an experience that I cherish, and you don't get that. We got pancakes once, and you don't get that. You know, if you don't get that, I don't remember the pancakes in New York. When the fuck did that happen? I believe you. How have I forgotten that? I only remember you taking me to your favorite sandwich shop. We might. No, I believe it. I believe it. I just don't remember. Yeah, I think about that shit. And, no, I vaguely do remember you popping up in New York at some point. I do remember that. That's something that I miss a lot. And not to make it, do I remember your friend Tara? Not remotely. Not to, like, you know, give it a wholesome spin and make it about you guys and try to, like, elicit awes or head pats, but I'm just gonna say that's what makes this special too. I genuinely mean it. That's what makes this special too, because it's not just I'm like, ooh, you know, like luxury job, you know, streamer gets to play video games for a living and people show up and give her money. Like, we've built a community here and I recognize your names and I know the jokes you make and you show up and say hi to me and we talk on Discord. And that's really, 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 really special. That's the thing that's missing from so many games that make me burn out on it, is feeling like even if the game is fun, there's no one there waiting for me. You know? I'm not saying I wouldn't burn out again, but like, if I had a lot of close friends that I knew were there in World of Warcraft, in a guild, and that I could log on and like 15 people would say hello to me, and they were people I loved and cared about, I would probably be back in that game. Because I'd be there not just for like the raid balance, although I love doing that. I love raids. I love puzzle solving with my friends. I'd be there for my friends. I think I've been talking for like 4 hours straight and my voice is like dying right now. So I might have to slow down on the monologue. I hope you guys can forgive me. I'm really enjoying this, but I think I'm also like running my voice ragged tonight. Water check. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And throat lozenge check. Oh, Jesus. Go to bed. What the hell? It's been nice. It's been nice catching up with you in particular too, Nate. Because I know that, not to like air my own dirty laundry even more with you misfits, but like, you know, interpersonal issues kind of took me out of that social circle. Nate's like the only person that's kept up with me. And even then, you know, I'm kind of shit at friendship a lot. I'm not great at keeping up with people. If you're not like right in front of my face, I'm bad at answering DMs and shit, you know? And then it's never personal. It's kind of funny when I was at my the memorial for my dad. They talked about him a lot the same way. A lot of people were standing up and saying things that sounded very similar. They were just like, you know, we lost touch. It's been a long time and like we never really spoke. I don't know why, looking back, that like we didn't pick up the phone or like write a card or something. But they would be like, but you know, I saw him that one time at the blah, 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 and it was like we didn't miss a beat. And I don't know if that's good or bad, you know, like I'm working on it just to be safe. And you guys have heard me talk about it. Like I'm trying to be a better friend. In general, I'm trying to be a better person to the people in my life. And I've really gone out of my way to try and stay connected with as many people as possible. I like make the rounds and will like DM people and check in on them and make sure that they're okay. Remind them that I like having them in my life and sort of halfway apologize for being like a fucking shut-in that doesn't talk to people very often. But, you know, I don't want to grow up lonely. I want to have people in my life. And it's worth putting in that work to try to maintain those friendships and relationships. Fuck you. Get out of here.
I need to get an antidote.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Fucking wolf spider jump scare. You 100% need to be doing games with friends to curve burnout. That's why I never got burnt out in WoW, because I'd make friends out of it. Yeah. And I think that's why I didn't stick around WoW the last time I jumped in. I jumped in for their big anniversary event where they were doing like the big higher polygon whatever upgrades to the tier 2 sets. I actually played long enough to unlock every single set, as well as like the special mounts and shit. Like I think I squeezed that dry of everything, and I'm kind of glad that I got back for that, because that was a cool event. I didn't last much beyond that. I made a few streams out of it. Didn't last much beyond that because no one was there. This is not a critique of her, by the way, because she's super fucking busy and I adore her and I don't blame her for it. But like, you know, I never saw Vex. I never had a guild. I didn't really have anyone to play with, you know? And so I, you know, it is what it is. Speaking of which, hold please. I have to send a really quick DM to no one I'm talking to. Only because we were just talking about her. And I think she's in town right now. Let's just send a quick DM. Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I stayed way away from it. Yeah, and I appreciate that. And the thing is, in this particular social circle situation, it was just one person, but it just got awkward, you know? So, but I appreciate that, you kept in touch. Because I never left the server. I never left this Discord that I had this drama issue in. Never left the Discord. And I still think about it a lot. A lot. There's probably a world in which I could poke my head back in. I just, you know, it's fucking awkward. And I'm fucking awkward. I don't know.
Spiderling here. I shall name it.
Crosses my mind once in a while, you know? Just in the same way that I think about, like, my camp friends. When I was younger, you know, I had, like, a really, really important social circle that I spent all of my time with. And we all sucked at it. You know, maybe introverts attract introverts, but, like, we all fucking sucked at it. And years later, I remember finding out through something that we were all living in New York City. All of us were in New York City. And not a damn one of us had ever messaged anybody else. Our best friends, supposedly, in the world. Not a single damn one of us had messaged anybody else to say, hey, we should catch up. Let's all get together. Once we found out we were all in the city, we were just like, oh, wow, we should do something. It's like being in high school. And like when you talk to people and they're like, oh, you play guitar, I play guitar. We should jam sometime. And then you never do. Weirdest fucking thing. To have people who have been like the most important people in your life for years and years and years, and then have them just like suddenly like vanish overnight and like seemingly no one cares. And I'm literally, I am just at fault. I'm just as much at fault, and I don't know why. It's just, I don't know, it might like literally just be introvert things. Hashtag just introvert things. I played Guild Wars 2 for so long because the guild I'm in is super active and friendly. And you know what? Guild Wars 2 probably would have kept me around if I had people too. I absolutely burn out a game sometimes, but the number one reason I leave a game is because the people I'm playing with burn out first. Not always, but by far, like far and away, the most common reason is because the people I'm playing with burn out first, and then I'm alone, and then I burn out. Like fucking clockwork. I am the problem sometimes too. I'm not here to say that like I never, because I know even from recent experience, like there have totally been times where like, you know, Cav or Zuff have gotten into something and I've been like, I don't know if I want to. But like looking across like broad picture, yeah, it's because you don't have people there waiting for you. My last Minecraft server, when I did like an RL craft server, it was kind of an even weirder, unique situation because like technically people were there and ready to play with me, but they never logged on unless I logged on. It was kind of like we sort of did it to each other. So unless I was ready to play, they would never play. And so
I eat this normally.
the thing that fell by the wayside was any sense of feeling like we were building something. Like nothing ever got done. Because, you know, we would be on to play for like a little bit and then people would go to bed. And then like, you know, it's not like when you're part of like a public server where like you log back on and someone's made like a really cool house or a king, you know, a castle or something, or they've gathered a whole bunch of resources. It was like we all logged out at the same time. And so we just, the world just didn't really evolve. I really like, I'm not on there nearly enough because I don't really know the people that well, but I like the concept of the public server I'm on. The public Minecraft server that I'm on is fairly active, and the idea of having like an always on server that actually has like a live sort of vibrant community is exciting to me. Night, Mel, for like the third time, but serious this time. Have a good night. I will talk to you soon. Thanks for stopping in and hanging with me. This was great. It's good to have you in chat. I love my gnome, by the way. In World of Warcraft, I fucking love my gnome. If I had a community to get on and play with, I would probably hang out in there a little bit. I put a lot of time and effort into her. I got all the right transmogs. I am like the perfect mecha gnome, and she is a joy. You've seen me play her. Some of you have seen me play her. She is a fucking joy. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Jupiter. Thank you, thank you. Let me take care of that right now. I'm gonna do this one on my feet. We're coming up on the 6-hour mark. I probably should go soon myself. It is past 6 hours. It is. That's a good amount of time for a stream. And it's almost 2 a.m. and I've been having a lot of trouble getting to sleep lately. I was up very late last night. I think I went to bed at like 6:30. It's not something I advise. It's not something I'm proud of. I don't know what's going on with me. I don't think it's caffeine. My first thought was like, okay, too much caffeine. I don't know if it is, because I've had it happen on days when I don't partake late in the day either. Something's going on in my head. Yeah, something's going on in my head lately. I've been staying up later than I should, and I gotta try to find a way to correct it. It's the horrors. My sleep paralysis demon. Yeah, it's not good. I end up going to bed and I I'm kind of in a weird place. I try to be very diligent about not just rotating my sleep schedule. So I tend to be someone who kind of is very disciplined about setting alarms to try and reset even when I stay up late. So when I go to bed, the thing I don't do is fully draw the shades so that it's dark in the room to help me sleep. Because if it's dark in the room to help me sleep, it's going to be dark in the afternoon too, and it's going to be harder for me to wake up. So I have kind of taken to like going to bed and pulling the covers up and over my head. You know, turning myself into a burrito. Because then, you know, I'll fall asleep and my head will peek out from the covers, and then eventually, like, when I wake up after like 1 or 2 sleep cycles, I'll have sunlight in my room. Yo, farming this... Wait! Oh, fucking thank you. I was about to say fucking this trinket... Fucking farming this trinket fucking sucks.
Go infect someone
I
else.
fucking got it! It's been hours, but I got it! Thank God. Funking up my trinket. I can't guarantee this is gonna work, but I kind of want to go in now with the mace. Like, just go full two-hander for DPS. I probably shouldn't. It'll probably knock me on my ass a lot. Maybe I'll go in with the sword. I'm going to be dropping my damage because I won't have damage from the trinket, but I wonder if the explosion resistance is going to save my life. It might not work. I might still wipe. I genuinely might still wipe. There's really no guarantee. But it's worth finding out. It would be awesome if it just fucking works. And it's brilliant. And everyone stands up and they start clapping slowly. Can you imagine me winning? Can you imagine me winning?
Better safe than sorry.
Can I get myself a few more of the potions, please? What did I have? I had, I'm running out of gum nuggets, which sucks. But it's okay, we'll use muscle sprouts. I want a liquid rage. I want a... Fuck. I want a fuzz on the rocks. I want a green machine. I want a... boss sauce. And... Oh, fuck. God damn it.
Everything looks good from here.
Let's bank those extras. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got my gear. I'm gonna put on the protection trinket. Although we have to fly over there first. And we'll fucking see. We will fucking see. It's gonna be interesting, because I know that fight, the explosions heal the boss.
Don't look down. Don't look down.
So the fact that I'm nerfing my damage a little bit is scary to me. Because that means it's gonna be an even bigger uphill battle to get the boss fucking dead. But if it's not constantly nuking me for my entire fucking health bar, I can keep swinging more, and I can maybe let the bandages do more work, so I'm not constantly like desperately popping potions. And so is that a good balance? DPS, so this will nerf the boss's attack speed or attack damage. I think it's attack speed. Nerf the boss's attack damage. Increase my damage to the boss. Increase my damage to the boss. Increase my damage to the boss. I've got my weapon. Sorry, that is my weapon. And then I run defense with the trinket, which will reduce explosion damage by 75%. And is that a valid split to make the fight feel comfortable? Who knows? Who fucking knows, right? Did I bring food? I'm such an asshole. Wait, did I not bring... I'm such an asshole. Okay, one more thing. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, this is probably what bottled water is.
I will take the Black Ox Burger. And I will take 2 of these just because. My mutations, we're going to do B. So we've got Blade Master. We've got damage. We've got... I'm really tempted to do Shocking Dismissal. It's not that much damage, but I'm still tempted to try Shocking Dismissal in place of Parry Master. Tell you what we'll do. We'll make this one... We'll take off Natural Explorer. We'll make this one Parry Master. We'll make this one Shocking Dismissal. So if I need to, I can switch to parry. I can switch to Shocking Dismissal. That's what we'll do. We'll start with Shocking Dismissal, and if I need Parry Master, we'll switch to Parry Master. Easy peasy. That is not the right way. Eleanor, welcome. Edwin, welcome. I had this new brand of strawberry milk, and it was so good I drank the whole bottle. It's called Pepto-Bismol.
I don't have a death wish.
I fear for you. Oh, that looks so good. Just got an art sample back from my one of my artists, and it's so fucking good. Okay.
It's one of those angry weevils.
I'm so happy I got that. I'm really happy. I hope it works. I hope I don't immediately hate it. I need to get that gum. Let's grab the gum first, and then we'll head down there. Is there some kind of infection going on in the garden? Yeah, the fantasy that they explore in this game is that someone left on a can of pesticide for too long, and I have since turned it off. But apparently the can of pesticide created like this really bad infection that's infecting a lot of the bugs and making them crazy and make them behave erratically. So some of them just are like way more aggressive and angry. Some of them grow these like growths that like explode, like they've got grenades all over their body. Some of them, like the weevils, just run up to you and self-detonate. Like, yeah, it's a big problem. And they all seem to have the weird swirly eyes from the Jungle Book, which is interesting, as you can see here. So it seems to not only mutate them, look at its bubbling body, but it fucks with their brain. Yeah, shit's bad. Shit is bad. And one of them is a horror monster from the abyss. Yeah. Yep. Speaking of which, let's die to it right now. Welcome to my chat, Bluto. Well, we are about to die.
It's pretty good.
We've been farming for... Oh, you motherfucker. I am just the worst. I forgot one more thing. And I've now lost the omelet, the burger. God fucking damn it. There we go. All right, got the damage buff. I don't use the loot buff ones. You can do the stuffed ones, but they're to scale and you can't shrink them. And I really don't want a full-size infected broodmother. I just don't. I could put it outside the base. Actually, I could put it right outside the base. The nest. If I wanted to, and I'm not going to do it now, if I wanted to, I could put it right outside the nest. So you kind of tap it on the way in. That could be fun, and would also make it really obvious where that boss's nest is. That might be interesting. I'm gonna be really interested to see. I haven't spoiled too much for myself. I'm gonna pop my my lozenge right now since I've been talking for ages. So sorry if I'm sucking while I'm fighting, and not just in the bad at video game sense. I'll be interested to see what role, if any, infected plays in Grounded 2. I assume it will. I'm curious, because it's such an integral part of the sort of world building, the story of Grounded 1, that I feel like it's got to be in Grounded 2. Of course, there's going to be infected somewhere.
It's infected. Stay away.
It'd also be interesting to see how they would implement it, if it's something that's there right from the launch of the game, or if it's something that comes in a content patch, like something makes things start turning in one of the content patches. In the teaser, yeah. If it was in the teaser and I missed it, I've seen the trailer, but I don't remember everything from it. Is no one in the house? No one's in the house. It's Wendell's house, and so Wendell was so focused on his science that his wife left and took the kids, and Wendell is down here with me as a head, so it is a completely abandoned house. the orc weevils. They would grab fucking orc weevils. That's so funny. All right, here we go. We got the damage buff. We're gonna eat the food. We're gonna drink 4 buff potions like a fucking lunatic. And we're just gonna pray. I'm not that good at this fight yet, but we've done a lot of prep, so I'm hoping that this will pay off. I've beaten this boss a few times, but every time it's been a nightmare. Every time it's been a nightmare. I'm looking for a way to make it feel a little more comfortable.
That's not so bad.
Oh, huh. That's interesting.
And I'm so bad at dodging the bombs. That's my biggest problem is like the bombs seem to drop everywhere. And I'm sure the good players kind of know how to avoid it. All right, come over here. Okay, phase 1. Now we get to find out how much this trinket helps me. I hate you. Have I told you this lately? Hello? You okay? Oh, fuck you. Okay, phase 2. By the way, already noticing a huge difference with the trinket. Are you? Have you noticed my health bar? Huge difference with the trinket. Here's where it matters now, because now I'm gonna start getting health debuffs. So my heals are gonna stop working, and it's gonna do more damage. So this is where it fucking counts. Oh, fuck you. Yep, there we go. Three. Oh shit, get away from me. Oh my god. I'm in trouble, I'm in trouble. Something about that attack is insane. It's the fast one, hits like a freight train. I gotta get away from the liquid. I gotta get away from the liquid.
Poison!
Can't see you! Shit. Hello? What I'm curious about is I don't know what makes, supposedly according to the rules of the fight, it debuffs your armor so you take more and more damage. And it stacks and it doesn't end. Like it lasts the whole fight according to the wiki. No, fuck you. Come over here and fight me. I'm not cheesing this. Get the fuck over here. Bro. Okay, thank you. Something makes that debuff wear off, and I don't know what it is. Nope.
Billy Hog right about now.
And done. Good Lord. Good fucking Lord. Get the hell out of here, bro. You are a piece of shit and I hate you. Look at that missing nose piece like it's a freaking zombie. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't have the trinket yet, so at some point I need to farm it. First try. Okay, so the verdict is the trinket's amazing. The trinket, it makes this fight so much more comfortable. But it will still get to drink the water. Yeah, let's go.
Kind of like bad coffee.
So it apparently increases your damage significantly, but it also makes you take double damage. I was sad to hear that the wiki says that you can't take any with you in a canteen. So you can't like load up on foul water. Well, I do have another sandwich. No, 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 nope. No, no way.
Oh, get away from me.
That fight wears my hand out so much. It's just so much fucking clicking. Yeah, that felt really comfortable. That felt a lot better. The trinket is huge. That's like a massive, massive game changer to that fight. But even then, it debuffs you as it hits you. Certain attacks. And, you know, it reduces your armor, and it was stacked up to 46. And I almost wonder if it's like an oversight on the part of the game. Because supposedly, it's supposed to last forever. But it wears off at some point, and I don't know why. I genuinely don't know what makes it wear off. I'm happy it wears off, don't get me wrong. But, like, why? 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 I don't know. It doesn't have a timer on it, so it almost seems like either something I do, like maybe if I dip my toes in the water, it wears off, it removes it or something. Or maybe it's when the boss does a certain move. It like clears stacks. overflow error? Like, is it literally stacking up so high that it ticks up into 0? Do we think that's what's happening?
Hope this is enough to keep me safe.
The ultimate
Those
defense
agents
is a
look like
terrible
things to do
defense.
and people to see.
So now what I need to do is next time Damien is here, I need to make him one of those trinkets and convince him to use it and convince him to go back in there with me. That's what we need. And I'd be like, hey, Damien, it's time to do the horrible fight again. Would you like to come with me? Excuse me. I have a gift for you. It will make it so much easier. You know, Chopper don't work as well as it advertises. You see, it says that it gives you all your stamina back immediately when you run out. But that ain't true. It's not quite working the way it's advertised. Even when I get that hit, even when the buff is there, it's slower than the trinket for the bow. I guess on one hand, I like that I, don't have to take up a trinket spot to do it, but... You know what I haven't...
Taking a look around.
You know what I haven't done? I haven't gotten the... Hello? Okay. Alright. Bro. I haven't gotten the trinket from the Wasp Queen yet. I don't remember if that's something you craft or if it's just... I think it might be something you steal. You know what I might do? I farmed that boss so much, it kind of breaks my brain a little bit. I might just make myself invincible and fight it like 100 times. I'm not going to do that now. I might do that later. But I kind of just want to, like, not have to fucking farm that. It's interesting. It's not my favorite. I prefer the feather trinket, because the feather trinket will regen your stamina immediately, so it makes it really good for kiting while you're using a crossbow. It's like my favorite trinket, is that feather. So I would lose that. I would have to actually wait through downtime when I exhaust myself. But what it does do is it gives you an arrow refund. It's like a 30% chance for your arrow to not use up an arrow when you shoot it. Which is kind of a big deal. I don't remember if it works on the candy arrows or not. I genuinely don't remember if it works on the candy arrows or not, but I know that it would make me care a lot less about gathering arrows. You know, if I, like, do the fight and I shoot 50 arrows and I only lost 15 or I only lost 20, like, that's fine. Although I might still just neurotically pick them up anyway. I feel like it kind of becomes an arrow generator at that point. A 1% chance drop or a 1 in 25 chance to steal it. That sounds obnoxious. The ultimate defense is a terrible defense. Is my friend back from jail? I think my friend is out of prison. Where is he? The prison of death. Am I still flying the days? I'm still flying the days. Hang on, let's fix this. Better. We're back to real time now that we have the trinket. I wonder how expensive it is to clone this for Damien. Why do I feel like it's going to be horrible? It's 5,000. You know what? We do it for him. We do it for him. He deserves it. He's going to be really happy to have that.
Watch where you stick that nose, Weevil.
Misfits, I'm going to get us back to base, and then I'm going to wrap up. I think it's time for me to exit. So, this is your early warning
Don't look down.
that I appreciate you all hanging out with me tonight. And I hope that I've helped make your 4th of July just a little bit better. I know. I know. I know. I know. Let me just deposit this. Yeah, friends, that's where I'm going to leave it. I am eepy, and I got to decide if I want to have a snack or not. But it's been a good stream. I'm glad we did this. I know it was going to be an Ace Attorney stream, and then you all voted to do something chill instead. So thank you for being here with me. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for being active in chat, keeping me company. And thanks for praying for my safety when momentarily all the fire alarms were going off in our building. If you're brand new here, if you've never been here before and you had fun, I am building an army and I want you to be a part of it. So you should follow me before you leave. This is not a request. This is not a suggestion. This is an order. Follow me before you leave. Don't you hit me with that. Oh, I thought that was AI Candy for a second. Monarch. Hey, Monarch. You can follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky at Melizand to get acting announcements and the occasional stream announcement. But on my Discord, that is where you will get the most up-to-date announcements on my streams. We will be back tomorrow for something. But as I'm a confused person that never has a schedule, I cannot tell you what it is yet. So it's going to be a surprise. Wait for an announcement on Discord. But yeah, let's figure out where we're going first, and then I'll do my little spiel, and then I'll get you on your way. Not Twitter. Not Twitch.enter. We are going to go say hi to... What in the world? A Caden Jensen as I live and breathe playing The Legend of Zelda? Skyward Sword? No, never mind. She's sleeping. I got so excited for a second. Let's go say hi to Siren. Siren is adorable and I love her to death. She's been one of the most inclusive, welcoming, and awesome people that I've met in this community. And I hope she takes really good care of you. Before you go, do me a favor. Before you disperse, I want to put a big smile on her face, so let's go ahead and drop as many emotes as we can in her chat. Pick 1, 2, or 3 of your favorite Melizand emotes, spam the hell out of them, and I think that it'll make her smile. That's what I'd like. That's what I'd like you to do. Do that for me. Do that for me before you go. And then if you hang out with her, I hope she takes very good care of you. Otherwise, wherever you end up, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. You don't have to do those 2. You can do any Melizand ones you want. If you're not one of my subbies, consider becoming one. You can do it for free with Amazon Prime. And to that end, seriously, thank you for giving me your time. thanks for deciding to spend it here with me. I don't take that for granted. And whether you're lurking in the background, enduring all the fucking ads that Twitch puts us through, if you are chatting, keeping me company, being active in chat, if you're subbing to the channel, if you're doing it free through Amazon Prime, dropping bits, dropping gifts, using sound alerts, all of that helps me keep doing this much more than you know. So thanks for hanging out with this goofy little goober, and I will see you when I see you. Good night, sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite. That is my job. Get some rest whenever you do. Okay, get the hell out of here. I'll see you later. Go, get the fuck out of here. Get off my lawn. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.